to exist as what are called political minorities, as opposed to a national minority. A national minority is recognized in international law as a group of people who were there at the formation of a nation, have their own particular reality, particular culture, and that were instrumental in the forming of that nation. In America, there are about 300 nations that fulfill those criteria. And those 300 nations are primarily indigenous nations. There are over about 300 indigenous nations in America. It's a multinational state, and they're recognized as national minorities. We are not recognized as a national minority. Of course, their land was instrumental to the formation of America, and they were here at the time America was formed. Our labor was instrumental to the formation of America, and we were here at the time America was formed, which gives us the criteria of being national Americans, national minorities, and the agreement to claim our national minority status has to begin with us self-defining as an Afro-descendant nation, as Afro-descendant or something else. But certainly we have to make that claim in order for us to get those rights, in order for us to demand those rights of self-determination as outlined in various U.S. human rights, various international human rights documents. So we focused on the plebiscite. And a plebiscite, as we talked about in our session, is simply a vote. It's a vote that has particular questions directed at a particular population to determine the way that particular population wants to proceed on a particular question. And Brother Malik gave a number, an 800 number, that we, in that particular space, we dial that number, we text that number, and we text reparations to that number, and they provided us with 4 questions, 4 or 5 questions. I'm gonna read those questions. And this is a preliminary, a test, if you will, of the type of questions we would have on a national plebiscite for our determination to self-identify as national minorities in this country, and that we can proceed forward with that form of reparations. But the number was, and you can text this now if you like, but the number is 877, and he gave it out again at the town hall, but 877-506-84. And you text reparations, and the first question you get is, do you self-identify as an Afro-descendant, yes or no? The second question would be, do you declare your right to receive full and complete reparations, yes or no? Third question, do you declare your right to self-determination, your right to have complete control over your affairs as a people and to govern ourselves? As national minorities, we have the right to form our own governments, right? That's the sovereignty that we talk about. We cannot have reparations and still be under domination, as our last speaker stated, and still be under domination of this American government. So we have to say, yes, we declare our right for self-determination, our right to self-govern. That means creating our own security police forces, as my brother stated, in our communities and kicking them out. We have that particular right. Those are rights that come with the government. Yes, sir. And we can declare that on this land because it's already a multinational state. Right? This is just be adding 1 more, or 2 more, or 3 more. We don't have to all say we're going to be one nation. We have the right to be several nations. But let's start off with Afrodescendant Nation. And then the fourth question was, do you declare your right to independence and your right to establish a state or territory of your own? In our group, we were all asked to say how we self-identify. And Brother Malik was trying to get us to, people, after 6 hours in this space, everybody said, I'm Afro-descendant. So Brother Malik was saying, well, no, what were you before you came in? So brother finally said, oh, well, I consider myself a Black American before I came, but I'm Afro-descendant as well. And so the thing was, he wanted us to be clear, you can say you're an African American and Afro-descendant, you're a Black American and Afro-descendant. And I had stated that I'm a conscious citizen of the Republic of New Africa and Afro-descendant. The Republic of New Africa put forth this idea that we're new Africans. We're not the Africans that came, that our ancestors came. We lost the language, we lost all those things. Honorable Silas Muhammad put forth in the definition of Afro-descendant, but we're still an African people. We still have African cultural roots, but we're new Africans. Same way when Europeans came here, they named New Amsterdam. They were still Amsterdam, they're still Europeans, but they said they were new Europeans in a new territory, or New York, or New Haven, or New Connecticut. These are all spaces back in Europe. And so we said we were new Africans, and that we had a right to be self-governing. And the first thing they did was they initiated the Umoja Declaration, which was a declaration of independence from this government, that we are no longer under the dictates of this government. And we have to do that. We have to declare our independence from this government. We say we're going to be a nation, we have to declare our independence. And so that's the question, do you declare your rights to independence and your right to establish a state or territory of your own? And the final question is, do you declare your determination to unite and defend your people and stand and fight for what you have affirmed in this vote? So it's a commitment to this war. You know, we're not going to be free unless we fight. And there's, as the last speaker stated, there are structures in place to keep this domination in a state of perpetuity. And it determines a militaristic set and commitment to this fight, to this struggle, if we want the true reparations that we're fighting on the stage. Thank you.
That was the... You know, Brother Cam, one, well done, and two, for someone who says he didn't take any notes, you certainly hit a lot of the points that I think Brother Malik would have made had he would have been here, you know? So that's why I'm looking, are you sure you weren't taking notes, or do you just have eidetic memory, you know? So, Sister Akila, you know, transitioning, Akila, you know, you were in the part of the panel discussing the strategic reparations plan, correct? So why don't you discuss, you know, what was the ultimate plan? Like, what was basically discussed, and how was the discussion? How did that go? And the microphone should be working.
Yes, sir. I'm going to
Yeah, sure. You can come to the podium. That's fine. Oh, are you talking about how to do a PowerPoint? Oh, okay, sure. Hold on. I think there's the HDMI.
No.
About 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem.
Right into.
Yep.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. To everyone who is here today, thank you for being here with us for our National Reparations Convention. We are happy to have you here. I hope that you have been at peace while you have been here with us. I feel a certain peace in the room today. I felt it yesterday. This is a peaceful event. And this is what I wanted. I wanted this to be a place where we could come together collectively, discuss, talk, share our ideas, make some decisions as Afro-descendant people. I love it. Everybody in the breakout room said Afro-descendant. So thank you again. I do want to start out by saying, and I said this yesterday, that this is the weekend. Well, yesterday was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's birthday. So we celebrate all weekend. So this is the weekend of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's birthday, and we are commemorating that, as I stated yesterday as well, the Honorable Salas Muhammad's followers. We celebrate this as our greater Mother's Day celebration. Please give a round of applause for the Honorable Salas Muhammad with his brilliant mind. Just to be totally transparent, we here in the Lost Foundation of Islam, we call the Honorable Salas Muhammad Savior. We call him Savior. He is saving Black people. All of the work that he has done has been for his undying love for Black people.
That's right. That's right.
Afro-descendant people.
Yes, ma'am.
I am feeling chill just thinking about how much of a sacrifice in his life he has made, all of his years, and never giving up, never stopping, regardless to what's been said. And I want to thank the followers of the Honorable Salas Muhammad for being just as dedicated, sacrificing, giving everything that they have to bring into fruition this beautiful Afro-descendant nation, where not just us, the followers of the Honorable Salas Muhammad, can be a part of, but all of our brothers and sisters, regardless. And this is what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wanted. All of us together, collectively, being able to talk, being able to discuss, handle our business ourselves, knowing when we need to seek some assistance, being astute and professional enough to know who to get that assistance from. I feel that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, if he was here today, he would be so very proud of all of us. So I am not going to tarry too long, but I do want to share another happy birthday wish, which our Chief Justice of the Afro-Descendant Nation wasn't in the room yesterday when I shared out her birthday. Shout out. So I would like for her to stand. She is Princess Amir Muhammad. Please stand up and please say happy birthday to our princess. Happy birthday, Princess Amir. So thank you again, everyone. Okay, so the Strategic Reparations Plan, and this is my baby, and Dr. Brooks Robinson as well. He's been very instrumental in helping us come up with that draft outline of how our document is going to look. So we have put together a team of reparations experts. That's the name that we gave them because we can do that. And for short, we call them TREE. So they were to draft the outline, which we did in August for this event. make written contributions, and we have done that. So, and they're going to also keep up with everything that was provided here. We're going to put the input that was given yesterday, we're going to put that into the document as a draft. We are also going to continue after this event to collect information from other experts, other passionate people that are for reparations or in this reparations movement with us together. And as time goes on, we're going to continue, and the tree will, by next year, they will edit the document to make this our comprehensive strategic reparations plan that we have done collectively. And by the end of next year, 2024, we will have a document out to everyone for free, because this is for us. We shouldn't be charging for it, right? Okay, for free to everyone. And those who have provided input will be given those credits in that document. So everyone that was with us yesterday, thank you again in the breakout room, in the breakout sessions, and your names will be added. And as I said, we'll be still seeking some input, and we'll share this document out. So basically, I don't want to go through every little detail of it based on the time constraints, but some of the chapters I would like to go through that are in the document. Definition of reparations. A brief history of Afrodescendant reparations. Why reparations and for whom? Forms of reparations. Reparations sources. Sometimes with the sources, we put down denial, because sometimes people want to say different things to deny us reparations, right? So let me see, I think I want to just kind of go through that one a little bit. They say based on race, this is what we heard yesterday, that it's going to cause a war and divide the country. Well, I didn't enslave you. Okay. Why do black people need reparations? We're more oppressed than them. This is what some of our international brothers and sisters have said in a certain area, which is okay. All right. And they deserve reparations. Okay. Bankruptcy. It's going to cause us to go bankrupt. So what? Black people been going bankrupt for a while, right? Okay. All right. No one that's alive today was enslaved. Let me say something on that note. You enslaved our blood. You enslaved our family's legacy. Don't come to us with that. That one is just really a kicker. The Jewish people are still getting reparations today. They weren't the ones that were in the concentration camps. It's a legacy. Come on, don't even entertain that one. So we have to at least have something in our document to combat that information. But you mess with our blood, The blood of our ancestors are in our veins. Okay, so we're here to receive justice. We're here to receive reparations. As we said, reparations now. And it shouldn't take long because you know you did wrong. You know, if you know you did wrong, own up to it and work to make things right. Do right by the Afro-descendant people. That's what we're asking. Excuse me, correction, demanding.
That's right.
The other chapter is benefits of a unified reparations effort. The cost of reparations. You know, there are some physical costs, mental, financial. They destroyed our relationships with each other, our social relationships. We don't even trust each other. Let me just say thank you all for trusting us, those of you that are here, and our listening audience. Thank you all for trusting us, the Afrodescendant Nation, to put on this event, to bring us together collectively to get what we need done for ourselves. And reparations methods and processes. The last one, which is very important, is a proposed strategy and timetable for securing reparations. When do you want us to receive reparations? Now. And if not now, if they say they're not going to give it to us, what are we going to do? Are you ready and willing to ride or die? Okay, let's ride. Thank you all for being here with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. The Honorable Silas Muhammad has entered the room. Please stand. And Queen Mashaki. Assalamu alaikum.
I got you. No problem, no problem. Walaikum salam. All right, thank you to the Honorable Silas Muhammad and Queen Mother Harriet. The next person I'm going to introduce, who's going to do the more formal introduction to Silas Muhammad, is Chief Minister Naji Muhammad. When I was speaking with Najee outside, he said he has been with the Honorable Saas Muhammad for 45 years? 44 years, 44 years. So the Honorable Najee Muhammad is a researcher, historian, writer, senator of the Afrodescendant Nation, and chief minister of the Lost Foundation of Islam. Mr. Muhammad has lectured at George Washington University, Howard University, and Philander Smith College, just to name a few. From 2014 to 2016, he went across the United States on a National Reparations tour. And most notably, he hosted the annual Black Holocaust Remembrance Day in Washington, D.C., which was founded in the 1990s to commemorate and preserve the memory of Afro-descendant ancestors who had endured the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery. So, Honorable Chief Minister Najee Muhammad, if you can come on up and give a formal introduction as to who the Honorable Silas Muhammad is. That's fine.
Okay, let me move it around just a little bit. Okay.
Make sure you're speaking to the mic, okay?
Yes, sir. Hotep. Black Power. Shalom. Assalamu alaikum. How do you feel? It's been a long time coming. I feel good to know that you have responded to the call of the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I want to talk about the man in his mission. I want to acquaint you with the man. People have said so many things, but I want to acquaint you with him, with his character, with his deeds, and with his work.
Yes, sir.
That's how you judge a man.
That's right. Indeed.
If you see a carpenter building a house and he finishes that house, well, that's a carpenter, right? Today we are standing on the shoulders of our ancestors, continuing the fight for reparations. Not partial reparations. We want full and complete reparations. We want to be made whole again. Right? Nothing less. We want to be made whole. Before I introduce the keynote speaker, Silas Muhammad, we must pay homage to our ancestors. We talk about reparations, but what about those who paved the way for us? Those who made sacrifices for us so that we would be here at this moment. Toussaint Louverture, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser, Nat Turner, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, David Walker, Frederick Douglass, Queen Mother Callie House, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Paul Robeson, Dr. Martin Luther King, Haile Selassie, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Queen Mother Audley Moore, Kwame Ture, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Queen Mother Dorothy Lewis, Randall Robinson, and many, many more. We must not forget our ancestors. Silas Muhammad is the chief executive officer of the Lost Found Nation of Islam and the spiritually adopted son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Peace be upon him. March 18th, 1994, Silas Muhammad signed and submitted the historical reparations petition that was delivered to the United Nations Subcommission on Human Rights on behalf of African Americans. Silas Muhammad he is a man who has been working on behalf of our people, working while we are getting our groove on, working while you are doing this, you are doing that, he's working. Hard-working man. He wants freedom, justice, and equality for you. He wants land for you. He wants everything that it takes to build a nation for you. Have you ever seen a slave that's equal to the master? That's why you need your own land. That's why you need your own government, so you can control your own destiny. Silas Muhammad's undying love for his people compelled him to compose, define, and write the definition for the term Afrodescendant. In March 2002, when 19 leaders met in La Ceiba, Honduras, at a United Nations forum representing 250 million descendants of slaves, Silas Muhammad and his delegation was there. You didn't know about it, but they were there representing you.
Yes, sir. That's right.
We have to give credit what credit is due. We have to recognize him. So let's give him a round of applause. Afro-descendants is our new political identity, recognized by the United Nations. Silas Muhammad is a man of civil with proven integrity, a good counselor, having demonstrated his condition, his devotion to justice and truth, yet remaining meek and humble in the fight for our human rights. Silas Muhammad is a man resolute with conviction, trust, and vision in our fight for reparations. He stated at Dartmouth College that reparations will be on the lips of every black man, woman, and child in America. Reparations, it's a beautiful thing. I can't wait when we start moving from one city to the next city, one city to the next city, one city to the next city. We owe this to our ancestors. You can't stand on the sideline. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get it. Well, if you come and help, we can get it. That's right. Silas Muhammad is that wise man standing at the head of our efforts to collect reparations from America with a spirit of unwavering commitment. Yes, don't you want that type of person in front of you?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
unwavering in his commitment. Silas Muhammad, as the conductor of the reparations movement in America, will be joined by the entire civilized world. The United Nations sent him a letter inviting him to speak at a meeting held by the UN. The letter states that in view of your knowledge, expertise, and practical experience on Afro-descendant issues, the Working Group on Minorities has the pleasure of inviting you to participate in this workshop. We are convinced that your contribution to the deliberation will prove invaluable to the other participants and members of the working group. Silas Muhammad became the unprecedented expert in the human rights movement among taking our case for human rights before the UN. Over the course of 17 years, he and his wife, Queen Mashaki Muhammad, made over 30 trips to the United Nations on behalf of Afro-descendants on his own expense, on his own dime. Enter the name Silas Muhammad at the United Nations High Commissioner's website, and you will see his work. You can verify it. They say trust, but verify. Go ahead and verify it, brother. Go ahead and verify it. It was at the United Nations that Silas Muhammad made.
Brother Naji, sorry to interrupt. Whose ever cell phone that was, as I mentioned earlier, security is going to have to escort you out. So whose ever cell phone that was. There.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Stubblefield. It was at the United Nations that Silas Muhammad made the great distinction between Afro-descendants and people of African descent. Yes, recently, I was watching a video of the legendary rapper Nas online. And he was performing at the prestigious Kennedy Center. And as I observed this young man, while he was talking to the conductor, I observed the orchestra, and I said, wow. I say, a rapper has an orchestra behind him? And I said to myself, I'm going to talk to you about an orchestra and a conductor. And I'm going to be bringing the Honorable Silas Muhammad on in a few minutes. An orchestra is made up of musicians and instruments that take directions from the conductor to produce a harmonious sound. Have you ever heard or ever seen an orchestra with 5 conductors at the same time? You never seen that? Because that would cause confusion, right? So you only need 1, not 2, not 3, 1. That's if you want to produce a harmonious sound. I listened to the orchestra, and the music was so pleasing to my ears. And that's what we need.
Yes, sir.
Our reparations organizations are instruments working together for freedom, justice, and equality, making the sound and rhythm of an Afrodescendant symphony orchestra for the greater good of our people.
Yes,
Don't we need that?
yes, sir.
We have a conductor in the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Give him a round of applause. Silas Muhammad, in every expression of the word, has the ability to give proper guidance to each reparations organization. Silas Muhammad has put in the work as an Afro-descendant leader at the highest political levels in the field of human rights. Silas Muhammad has consistently served Afro-descendants in the reparations struggle with the right speed for progress. Silas Muhammad has observed proper volume with decorum in our fight to hear the demand for human rights. Silas Muhammad insisted on the ideal tempo, marching forward to victory with full and complete reparations for Afro-descendants. Silas Muhammad have moved us swiftly from pause, bringing us together for the National Reparations Convention. We are under the umbrella of the Afrodescendant Nation as one people, speaking with one voice, with one conductor, one conductor, not 2, not 3, not 4, one conductor.
That's right.
On your feet, brothers and sisters. Representing the lost found nation of Islam and the Afro-descendant nation, the conductor of the reparations movement and the human rights movement, I give to you Silas Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Be seated, please. Okay. Thank you. I did not expect that. I am not the head of the reparations movement. But I do know that we do need a head. Therefore, I would recommend Malik Duru Shabazz as your head. Is that all right with you? Why don't we take a vote on it and make it official or not official? How many of you, or which ones of you, would vote for? Oh, just 1 second. Can I have a second motion? I'm recommending Malik Duru Shabazz. Second. Secretary, take a note of this. This is happening right now before our eyes. Who second? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then now, it's been moved and properly seconded. Can we now have a vote? Ready for the vote? See. Hey, we have a head. We just talked about that maybe 2 hours ago. He and I, thinking about it, not doing it, but thinking about it. You approve it. So, Malik Shabazz is the head of our reparations movement. You accept.
Yes, sir, with one proposed amendment.
Do you accept?
Yes, sir, I accept what you want me to do, and I will strive to do it to my utmost. But I would like to amend the term head because I will give you all of my leadership in working with these leaders. But I would like to amend the word head because I don't want to offend anyone or run into conflict with anyone. I would rather let my actions in coordination with all of these great leaders speak for myself.
You are not offensive, brother.
Yes, sir. So I accept if you will not say head.
Well,
And I will accept. I'll give you everything in my being
give
to work
me
with others.
another word for head. Huh? Conductor.
I would join the leadership in the Afrodescendant Nation, and I will give you all that I have, and I mean more than what I've given, if you don't say I'm the head of anyone.
Conductor.
Okay, fine. Organizer, conductor, that's fine.
It is official. We have a conductor.
Much better. You're the head of this body. Of this body, you're the head of this body. Yes, sir. And I thank you.
I have planned a little You want to come up and say something?
Sir. Sir. I'm a little off guard, but I'm honored that a man this great would think as much of me to have me serve him in this capacity and serve you all in this capacity. And as busy as I am, I do pledge to give all that I have and all that I could bring with all the organizations and persons that I bring to serve this movement and to serve you. And that's what I want to do. I will be uncomfortable saying I'm the head because I would like to be a part of an environment where there's non-competitive, and I can just serve without anybody with anything else going on. So yes, I know what you want me to do, and I will do it. I just don't want a big title that big, but this conductor, I feel like I could call a few notes.
Ask him nothing.
But I'll do it. See, and I'll be quiet, but I'll do it with Madam President and the great, you have brilliant people you've assembled. If I could I will work with them and give them my life. And I'm honored to be here, and you have me, and you all have me, and thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, I don't mean to step on anyone's toes, but this reparations has become a animal that the white man is looking into, or white government is looking into, trying to organize it and say how much he's going to pay, what he's going to pay, when he's going to pay. He has black men and white men, government men, sitting down, his writing up how he wants to pay reparations. We want reparations paid to us, to black people, black people's government, not black people individually. We know what you up to, white man.
Yes, sir.
We have lived with you quite a number of years. 400. and 60 some odd years. We know you. We are a part of you. We don't want reparations paid to me, her, or any individual black person to wind up right back in your hands.
Teach us, Mr. Muhammad. Teach us.
We want reparations so we can build our own government, our own nation. Now the white persons have started to pay reparations out to individuals. Certain states are saying, come and get your money, get your reparations money. Don't do that. Do not do that. Be as wise as the adults were when he dealt with them when he began his oil business. King Eric told him that we will give you this oil, but you have to protect us. Send us over weaponry, guns, military bases, military equipment. This is King talking for his people.
Yes, sir.
He wanted to be protected from the white man. In short, reparations should be paid to us, the government of us, not to individuals. If it's paid out to individuals, individuals will go right back and spend it in this nation to keep this nation alive. I want this nation dead. Yeah, dead. For the evils that this nation did to my people.
Yes, sir.
For 400 plus years.
Yes, sir.
I have a little something for you. This is for you. Somebody.
Peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Abraham and Hagar are our foreparents. Now a picture is coming together. Around 1993, I learned that we Afrodescendants are the people of Scripture about whom God talked with Abraham. King James Bible, Genesis 12 through 14. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abraham, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
Yes.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. Now, I don't want to bring religion into this conversation, as religion is used to enslave people, not to govern people. And our ultimate goal is self-determination, separation, reparations, nation formation, a righteous government governed in justice and fairness for us, by us, in a land that we can call our own, wherein we will enjoy true freedom, justice, equality, and peace. My religion is peace. My God is truth. Yes, I am a Muslim. Please know that all a Muslim is an original woman or man who submits to the will of truth, God. Our base teaching is to speak the truth and practice right conduct. We are Abraham's seed through the lineage of Ishmael. Ishmael is Abraham's firstborn son. Sarah, Abraham's wife, chose Hagar, an Egyptian bondwoman, for him to bear a child with, as she had been unable to bear a child. Years later, Sarah also bore Abraham a child, a son, Isaac. And afterwards, Hagar was cast out of Abraham's home with her son, Ishmael, at Sarah's behest. Hagar lived the life of a second-class citizen. Abraham was in Mecca, Arabia, and was an Arab. Abraham and his son Ishmael restored the Kaaba, the black stone, where it now stands. This is the best part of the planet Earth, the cradle of civilization. The original woman and man are from Mecca, Arabia. 50,000 years ago, Father Shabazz left Arabia to conquer the jungles of Africa, and we did. And we have been all over the planet, our planet. But we reign from Arabia, and the black stone is a reminder to Arabia and the world that Abraham and Ishmael's people belong there and will return. Many people already believe that the black woman and man are the original people of the planet. You cannot get black from white, but from black comes all colors. But to be able to trace my history to Abraham and Hagar is an awesome feeling. I'm talking about before Africa. Many today are trying to trace their lineage back to Africa, what country my people come from, what tribe my people come from. East Asia, or Africa, is not our original homeland. We have 78 trillion years of history on the planet and have only been in Africa for the past 50,000 years. I'm so much more excited about knowing that Abraham and Hagar are my foreparents. Even before we went into Africa, we can trace our lineage to Abraham and Hagar through their son Ishmael. We are a living miracle. We fit or match the prophecy of Abraham's children who would be lost 400 years. We fit that bill. And we didn't know it until Master Farad Muhammad came and told us, and told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us. And the Honorable Silas Muhammad kept up with it and didn't let this truth, our history or our future, die. Thank you, Silas Muhammad.
Jamil.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be unto you all. And bear with me. I'm a little shy. Samadia might say otherwise. She says, you just like to say that, but you're not really shy. What I want to talk about, well, actually, I was given an assignment, and the assignment that I was given dealt with Abraham, Hagar, and Ishmael. I misunderstood the assignment I was given. I was actually supposed to add to or expound upon what Samadia just shared with you. I misunderstood my assignment, so I just did something different. I wrote on my understanding of our lineage through Abraham, Hagar, and Ishmael. I will read that to you at this time. When we examine the history and lineage of Abraham, we find that our great-grandfather Abraham was a Muslim and also an Arab. His wife Sarah was also Muslim and an Arab. The history of our great-grandfather Abraham continues with the fact that his wife Sarah believed that she was sterile and could not give birth. It was Sarah's desire that Abraham have a son, so Sarah suggested that Abraham take an Egyptian bondwoman named Hagar for Hagar to bear Abraham a son. Hagar, the Egyptian bondwoman, did bear Abraham a son. They named their son Ishmael. Ishmael would be Abraham's firstborn son. As we continue with the history of Abraham, we find that Sarah, Abraham's wife, who believed she was sterile, later conceived a son. They named this son Isaac. Isaac would be Abraham's second-born son. History records that Sarah was not happy with the fact that Abraham's firstborn son, Ishmael, would have certain entitlements even over her son, Isaac. Whether out of jealousy, greed, self-preservation, or otherwise, history tells us that Sarah had Abraham expel his firstborn son, Ishmael, and Ishmael's mother, Hagar. Based on history, we know that our great-grandfather Abraham was aware of what would befall the lineage of his firstborn son Ishmael following the expulsion of Ishmael and his mother Hagar. History records the fact that Abraham's seed through Ishmael's lineage would be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and that Ishmael's descendants would endure 400 years of servitude, slavery. Ishmael's line of descent would lose their mother tongue, their religion, their culture, and the knowledge of who they are. Even though all of these events happened, none of these great losses negate the fact that Abraham was an Arab. His son Ishmael was an Arab, and the sons and grandsons and daughters of granddaughters of Ishmael are also Arab. The bloodline of Abraham and the bloodline of his son Ishmael is Arab bloodline. I submit to you here today the so-called Afrodescendants through the seed of Abraham's firstborn son, Ishmael, are original Arabs. So now I move into what this knowledge of Abraham, Hagar, and Ishmael has done for me and my spirit as it relates to our seeking reparations. Now, as we move into that, let me share a bit of my story. I'm a country boy from rural North Carolina, one of 8 siblings, from loving, hardworking parents. Growing up as a kid, as a teenager, young adult, my life was filled with experiences of living as an Afro-descendant in America. We don't have to go over the details. My details and your details have a commonality. Growing up, I knew in my mind, in my heart, and in my spirit that I was somebody. I felt that I was a great somebody. Now, in the history books, in school, in society, the view that I had of myself was not the same view that America had of me and my people. However, I never lost that feeling that I was much greater than what America said I was. Now, getting to what that knowledge of Abraham has done for me as it relates to our seeking reparations. This knowledge and awareness that our forefather Abraham was so great and truthful that his name will forever be stamped in history. This knowledge gave him even more strength and pride for who I am and for who we are. This knowledge made me even stronger in my conviction of my true identity. This knowledge has given us the strength and the power to seek full and complete reparations. This is my attempt. This is our unified attempt to make our name as great as is the name of our forefather, Abraham. This knowledge has made me complete. It has made me whole. This knowledge is our great history. It's our great present. It's our prophecy. The time is now for us to take our place. The time is now for us to place our demand on the table for full and complete reparations. The reality is that any change that has ever come has come by way of the works of a man or woman. What is happening here today in this great National Reparations Conference is the result of the minds and works of men and women. It's been my honor to stand before you. Assalamu alaikum.
That knowledge made him understand himself. My reason for sharing it with you with the thought in mind that it will help you understand yourself, why you feel great, why you feel so important. You don't? Aren't you tired of being a nigger? A Negro? Colored? This is not said to you for you to go back now and look like an addict.
Yes, sir.
Keep looking like you dress. We have a brother with us that has just recently, within a year or two, just returned from Abu Dhabi or Dubai. He said he spent 5 years over there as principal, teacher, teaching. Ishmael Salam. Tell Bella about that.
Assalamu alaikum. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, sir.
I'll just be brief. I was in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, for 5 years as a principal. During that time, most of the time, outside of managing schools, I had an opportunity to spend time with the Arabs, the Emiratis, learn their culture, understand the history, but more importantly, I spent a lot of time understanding and connecting our teachings and how we fit into this this place. I don't know what else you want me to say, but thank you, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you.
About 6 years ago, we dispatched a brother, added brother, to Mecca, Arabia, to deliver a letter from us asking for land in Arabia. My wife looked at land in Africa. So either Africa or Arabia is where we are headed. I don't know which. We are stumbling around those two things. When we ask for reparations, we want land and money. Yes, sir. Not just land. Yes, sir. Not just money. Yes, sir. We want building equipment. Seagoing, airgoing, ships. We have an army of soldiers, army of police officers, army of doctors, army of nurses. We want them to come with us.
Yes, sir.
I am tired. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Honorable Silas Muhammad. Can we give it up to Brother Silas Muhammad one more time? You know, it's very important that we listen to our elders because they have, you know, they have the scars, they have the stripes, they have the battle wounds to prove it. And more importantly, there's an old proverb that goes a little something like, those who reject their elders will be rejected by their offspring. And we can't reject our elders because from our elders we learn wisdom. And for those of us that are young, we have the energy to take that wisdom and go further. It's kind of like for those of us who ran track, like when you're doing a relay and you're passing a baton. And in some ways, we kind of saw that. Okay, no problem. So we actually are ahead of schedule. So we are going to get started on our lunch break. So basically we have until 4 o'clock. So if you want to, you can go stretch your legs. Stretch your legs, go get some food, go ahead and converse. Okay, sure. Brother Malik is going to say something before we break.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right, let's give the Honorable Silas Muhammad a hand. In my experience in doing conferences and putting them on, I was always reluctant to take a lunch break. Because I know when people take lunch breaks and they break out the door but that's just me though. I could be off, but I would like to at least make an announcement, and I think based on what has been said today, maybe make a forecast. This is an interesting exercise here today, and we are at a critical juncture because this represents the lost found nation of Islam, and in its creation of the Afrodescendant Nation, bringing other bodies of leaders and streams of thoughts into such process, and then making sense out of all of it. Knowing that as we go down the road, there are going to be brothers who come in the room, and they're going to say, well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. And my interpretation of history is that we are from the 12 tribes of Israel, and I'm from the tribe of Judah. We're going to come in the room soon as we move down the road, and they're going to be, well, another group is going to come in and say, well, I'm Yoruba. I'm African. I'm not Arab at all. I'm not saying that's what I'm saying. but I'm making a forecast of what's going to happen. And I believe we can handle it. And we have to handle it. So it's very interesting right now. Okay, so let's put it to you like this. The Honorable Silas Muhammad, he had, when in my discussions with him earlier today and with others, that he is approved that this conference or convention or convening of leaders will come to Washington, D.C. in the wintertime, early. I'm talking about early March or February, according to their decisions, that is coming to Washington, D.C. next. Okay, to me, that's great news. Okay, and I will say that Black Lawyers for Justice, the organization that I come from, that we have agreed that we would take care of all of the facility expenses, that we would take care of all the advertising expenses for the nation, so that the nation can, Afrodescendant Nation, can strengthen itself, that we're part of, can strengthen itself. So we won't have to have financial concerns or any struggles coming, so we can go forward with confidence. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so in that regard, in my helping of the nation, I just want us to understand that all different kinds of thoughts and beliefs are going to come to the table. And in that regard, I believe I could help Mr. Muhammad, because I'm taught by Dr. Khalid Muhammad, okay? And Khalid Muhammad is a staunch follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but yet he is given a knowledge and a teaching that helps tie what Mr. Muhammad and his followers have articulated to you, to be able to tie and to weave and to integrate and to coordinate this teaching and translate it to other belief systems and doctrines, so that it will keep us all on the same boat for the main point that was made from this rostrum, that we're seeking full and complete reparations. And that takes skill. That takes skill, and it's going to take some will. And therefore, I think that I will be able to serve these processes and serve Madam President Akila Mukarram and Brother Ajani Mukarram and others, because I can help to translate and to coordinate with my other great leaders here. So that we can move forward. So I just want to say that I'm honored that they have approved us. We have the approval to go to Washington, D.C. I believe that we're going to go this stronger. We're going to go stronger. That's right. We're strong today because the leadership and the leaders that are here are the basis for transformation. Yes, sir. Now we have elders from Nkobra here, Sister Queen Ifia and Gwaza, and is Mr. Let? Is he here still? Okay. The bottom line to it, as I close, we're at a watershed moment. We're at a watershed moment for bringing all of the elders and the legends from the Nkobra process to the table. We have visionaries, Brother Cam Howard, that bring to the table, and others. And so my job, I believe, based on what is said, is to help us get to Washington, D.C. And we're going to go on a massive advertising campaign. When you come to Washington, D.C., you won't see one pole uncovered. You won't see one billboard uncovered. You won't be able to turn on the radio without hearing about full and complete reparations, because we're fired up. So I see my job is to work with the persons that are outside of this process or looking in on the process to make sure they stay aboard this process and take us further. We have critical things that have gone on before us that they want us to continue. Durban, the actions and the resolutions and the commitments that were made in Durban, from my understanding yesterday, they're largely left on the table. So I will be proposing that in this next process that the NCOBRA be heavily involved as the Afro-Descendant Nation move forward, that NCOBRA is heavily involved, that Brother Cam Howard is heavily involved, that the other reparations organizations, that they're heavily involved, that they buy into it, because just as we have ideas here that we are pushing across, that and we have plebiscites that we're pushing across, well, there are others who have been fighting for years and they want their resolutions pushed across in such conventions. And so in being able to, I guess, conduct or to help coordinate, then my job will be heavy in terms of diplomacy. Sister Tahita, have some heavy diplomatic work, because we want you all fully on board and to know as we go across to Washington, D.C., that the things that have been left on the table over the years, that this next summit in Washington will be the vehicle that they can and will be pushed across. That the things that you have been fighting for, Brother Cam, that they can and will be pushed across in this convention. So this is going to require pre-negotiations, pre-talks, pre-discussions, and pre-dialogues, so that we are taking concrete steps forward in that regard. So I believe that I can help ideologically. You know, there's brothers and sisters that look like they're from the Rastafari community. Well, you got to know their teaching. You have to know their doctrine, and you have to know how to weave their doctrine into this doctrine so we can all stay on the boat. You hear what I mean? There are some people that are going to come into the room that don't believe in God at all. That's absolutely correct, but they are political people and they believe in reparations. And so through skill, we have to bring them and keep them on the boat. I mean, this is going to be a serious operation. But I know with you, brother, and you all, and us, and certainly you, Miss Tahita, and others, that we are going to be able to skillfully maneuver this process up to the higher level. And I'm looking forward to it. But I want to reaffirm that all of it, that it still comes from a heart of love. See, what I get from the Honorable Silas Muhammad, my elder here, and our convener here, is that he has a heart of love for our people. And out of that heart of love, every possible discrepancy, every possible difference, every possible different view can be reconciled if our hearts are in the right place. And that's all I want to say. We're going to go, keep our minds open, keep our hearts open, and if we stay like that, we're going to go to the next level. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a point of order and housekeeping. First of all, Madam Tahita, you've done a great job. She was gracious. Let's give her a round of applause. She was gracious enough to put a 1 hour break, considering that many of you sat here for 3 hours from 12 o'clock. But we got a sense that the energy in the room is good. Yes, sir. And that we might not, we might either either move straight through or take a 5 or 10 minute break to allow those to refresh themselves. But we need you to come right back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And let's keep this thing moving. Yes, all right, because Mr. Muhammad is prepared to answer some questions, possibly, and it's just a great energy. So if you don't mind, we be back in 15 minutes. You're welcome to stay and sit, but talk to each other, get a chance to network with each other, but be right back. I need someone, let's call out a time. It's 2:30, 2:45, the train is moving. So let's be back 10 minutes and let's get moving in 15. All right, thank you so much.
You passed the buck.
All right, y'all. All right. Come in, sit down. All right, before we go ahead and get started with questions from the audience, I just want to go over the code of conduct again. So basically, the code of conduct goes a little something like this. Be respectful, which means no cell phones. Put your cell phone on silent. Do not interrupt don't interrupt anybody when anyone's speaking. Be positive, no negative vibes. No eating in here. You know, just want to reiterate, if you have food, you can go ahead and eat. Just take it outside the auditorium. We might get the auditorium clean. It's very important that we observe these codes of conduct, because if we don't respect ourselves, our enemy ain't going to respect us. So it's very important that when someone says silence your cell phones and don't interrupt or don't overtalk anybody, we really observe that code of conduct. The other thing and part of the code of conduct is be respectful of other people's points of view that are different from your own. So in this next section, which basically going to be essentially a questions from the audience. So audience, now is your time. The way this is going to work is that we're going to do this UN parliamentary style. You're going to raise your hand. You'll be recognized. You'll answer your question and you'll direct your questions to the panel. Again, how this will work is that someone will go around with a microphone. You raise your hand, I will recognize you. You can ask your question to the panel, and then as soon as your question is over, the person with the microphone is going to walk around and, hand it to the next person with the question. Yeah, sure, here you go. Are there any questions before we get started, ladies and gentlemen? All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So are there any questions for our esteemed panelists here? That's funny. Okay. You have a question? Yes, sir?
Sort of like a question and statement. Now, I heard the Honorable Silas Muhammad.
Sir, can you speak up just?
I heard the Honorable Silas Muhammad say that the Afrodescendant organization, is he saying that the Nation of Islam or just the Afrodescendant organization is tracing their heritage to Ishmael, one of Abraham's sons? It was the first son. He had more than one son. We know that he had a second son who was Isaac, who had a son named Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons. And according to the Bible, everybody was wiped out except the tribe of Judah, which, of course, Haile Selassie, Ethiopia, King Solomon, the Queen of Sheba, all these people supposedly trace their heritage to the tribe of Judah. Okay? So the tribe of Judah was one of his sons. Now, I don't know how that would fit into, what he said about the Afro-descendant. Is he saying the Afro-descendant organization is just an organization for, people? It's kind of confusing in a way, but that's a major question. Yeah. The other question,
Sir, you said you had one question.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. I'm Governor General Ajani Mukarram. I know the Honorable Silas Muhammad may be a bit winded, so I'm going to take that question and answer that question for you in the best of my ability. And he's in the room. If I run a little shy or amok, I'll take the microphone down and let him finish. But thank you for your question. The Honorable Silas Muhammad got me as a kid, basically. Right out of Tuskegee University. I hadn't even graduated yet, myself and my wife, when we first came into then the Lost Found Nation of Islam. We were college students. So I've been here a long time, and I've been under his tutelage for a long time. Now, we have to be careful with this Bible. there are things inside of it to trip you up. And perchance, if you don't have a keen eye or have been taught by someone that has a keen eye, you can get tripped up. So it is true that Abraham had two sons, Ishmael being the eldest from the bondwoman Hagar, and Isaac being the youngest. If you would follow the scripture closely, there's two agreements made with Abraham, or two covenants, agreements. The one with Ishmael is that, nor of a surety, that your seed would be a stranger in a land that's not theirs, and shall serve them for 400 years. And afterwards shall they come out with great substance. That's us. We don't have to read it in a book. We lived it. We fulfilled that prophecy. Now there is a prophecy connected to Isaac. Isaac's prophecy is that the land of your fathers you will inherit. Our brother Arab, that's in Mecca, that's in Saudi Arabia, that's in Syria, that's in Iraq, are from Isaac's seed. Abraham's seed, Ishmael, left Arabia. We went, as the Honorable Salas Muhammad said, into East Africa, into East Asia, which is now known as Africa, 50,000 years ago, under our brother Shabazz, the tribe of Shabazz, the greater taker. That's us. So it is also said when Abraham is about to give Ishmael up, it's grievous to him, it hurts his heart. But then Allah says to him, in all that it is, Sarah said, get rid of Ishmael. I don't want the bondwoman son to be heir with my son Isaac. Get rid of him. And if you read it closely, it was grievous with Abraham. It said, but in all that Sarah said, hearken, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. Meaning, someone from the seed of Isaac would call us back to the family. It was an Arab, Master Farad Muhammad, that came to the U.S., and he called us back, that we were the lost sheep, that lost tribe from Arabia. And so I hope that clears it up a bit. I'm here with my brother. You've got him. Would you like some words? Yes.
I gave you that illustration about Abraham only to show that he was a man similar to you, strength in self, believed in self. I cited that piece of information to you to show you that you are from a strong man.
Yes, sir.
That's why you are so strong.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your father was strong. That's the only reason why I shared that information with you. It's not a discussion of what tribe you're from. Brother Ishmael was did he not say to you that he's an old country boy, but he felt in his heart great.
Yes, sir.
This is the information that I want you to have. Just knowing that you are a Negro, a nigger, or a black, I sought to add to your existence by telling you that your father original father is in history today because his internals, heart, his stomach, his mind, he was unstoppable. And that's what I want you to be, unstoppable when it comes to getting reparations for your nation. That's the only reason why I shared that story with you.
Please give him a round of applause, please.
All right. Any other questions? For people who just came into the room, how this works is that is UN parliamentary style. You raise your hand, you're recognized, and then you can ask your questions directly to the.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right, let's give Honorable Silas Muhammad a strong hand. Strong hand. I think we should not underestimate a person or group's spiritual beliefs and how those spiritual beliefs can strengthen and motivate them in this fight. That's what we're looking at here. That different groups will come here. And the main group that's at the origin of this, the Lost Found Nation of Islam, come from a specific spiritual teaching that has motivated them to get us to where we are this far. And so that's to be applauded. The way I interpret what the Honorable Silas Muhammad and his followers have told us today is that there is a commonality that we can embrace in what he said. And that commonality is very simple. Our sojourn is divine. Bad and good, negative and positive, that we are not a people of happenstance. This is not an accident, and that our sojourn is divine. Can we raise your hand if you agree with that? It has meaning and purpose, okay? Out of all the groups that will interpret Ishmael or Isaac, or whether we come from Mecca, or whether we come from Kemet, or whether we were before the Bible or after the Bible, or before Abraham or after Abraham, the scholars will sit down and the theologians will sit down and wrangle. But I don't believe they will wrangle over this one point. We are the choice of the Almighty. Black people are the chosen of God. We are chosen, and certainly we're chosen for this mission. See, we can agree on that. You know, we can get further into it if we had to, and we could show you that Mecca is really a part of Africa, and that Saudi Arabia is separated from the rest of Africa by a man-made ditch called the Suez Canal. And we could get down and show you from Professor Runoko Rashidi and Dr. John Henrik Clark about how black people are the original people on every quarter and every square mile of the planet. I mean, we can get heavy with it. But the main point of all these teachings is to prepare us for this fight for full and complete reparations. That's what Mr. Muhammad's saying. He's saying that his motivation for teaching you what he's teaching you is to give you the strength to fight by tracing your origin and your lineage. And therefore, our goal, I think if we're going to achieve it, is to others with different interpretations of history, different ideologies and theologies, that they will feel comfortable and they will embrace this fight. And if we keep proceeding the way we're proceeding, how are we proceeding? Mutual tolerance and respect for each other. We have mutual tolerance for a different position as long as it's not a compromised position on full and complete reparations. So I think we're on the right goal. We're going to learn more about each other. We're going to learn what the Muslim followers of Elijah Muhammad believe versus to what a African nationalist believes, or a black nationalist believes, or a Pan-Africanist believes, or one who believes that we're indigenous. We are going to study each other and learn each other. But all the while, it will be under the principle, I believe, of Harambe. Harambe means let us all pull together. Okay? And so what I want to do is to help these very motivated and spiritually well-taught brothers and sisters with their firm ideology. They have gotten us to where we are today.
Excuse me, Brother Malik.
Help others with different ideologies,
Brother Malik,
to weave it together.
excuse me, I think Mr. Muhammad is trying to.
Okay,
Mike,
yeah, so that's my comment, that we on the right road, and I'm turning it to Mr. Honorable Silas Muhammad.
Religion is the highest form of warfare. Warfare. Muslim, Christian, Jews, that's religion. Put your religion in your pocket. And unite. Religion separates you. It separates the world. My wife and I happened to be in India, and we noticed a city, Agra. It's built long time ago. We saw the ruins of that city, whole city, torn down. Indians on this side of the door, and Indians on that side of the door. On either side of the door, they were shouting their religious greetings or ceremony in the morning. And they were shouting. This religion, on a microphone, boom, loud. This religion on the microphone, boom, loud. Trying to drown out this religion. The whole city has fallen down. Except for Taj Mahal, where I took the lady for her birthday. But the city was in ruin. In fact, no industry is allowed to build in Agra. Taj Mahal is built such that it's the attraction of the city. And the city will allow any smoke, no industry. So the whole city has fallen down. Now that's not my point. My point is those religious arguments. Yeah. They will drown you out fighting over religion. Religion either enslaved the mind or freed the mind. Our religion frees the mind. A mind is clear. I was a Christian, Baptist. I was fight anyone who comes up to me talking anything else but Christianity, because I brought up in Christianity here in America. Religion is the highest form of warfare. Why are not all the Chinese Christians? Why are not all the Japanese Christians? Why not all the Indians Christians? Is it something you're born with or something you're taught? Where is Christianity taught in America? If you go to Egypt, teach you Christian, Muslim, that religion.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. So I think the gentleman in the black shirt, he had the microphone and was about to ask a question. Yes, you have a question, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. So glad to be here in community with all of you. My name is George Greenidge from Boston, Massachusetts, and I just got recently appointed on the City of Boston's Reparations Task Force. So when I heard y'all were meeting, I just got on the plane, got on the midnight plane to Georgia, and made sure I've been around my peoples. Because we need some help up in Boston, y'all. We need some help. So my question is about community engagement strategies of how to get our people to meetings to share their stories, their family histories. What have been some successful ways that all of you have been able to do so? That's just a general question to everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here.
All right, I will share some of my history. Is this on? Yeah, I will share some of my history with you because my history is your history. And we need to look at where we came from since we've been over here in slavery. As you all know, the black woman had no control over her body. She was raped repeatedly every day. And out of that has come us. Some people jokingly call us zebras, but we're white and we're black. In my family, I guess my great-grandfather was in love with his slave because he had a bunch of children by her. And at the time of his death, she sweet-talked him into giving her freedom and giving all their children their freedom. And they, you're clapping, okay. And they inherited the plantation. They, at the time, were fair enough. They were, at the time, fair enough to decide they could be black when they wanted to be black. They could be white when they wanted to be white. Nobody really knew. And they played both sides of the game, you know. They started a church in Terre Haute, Indiana, to all intents and purposes, it looked like a regular black church, but it was part of the Underground Railroad. And that was a punishment by death if you were caught playing white and acting black. So we kept that church going for a long time, and as a child, we always came to Terre Haute to celebrate the success of the Underground Railroad through our church up until I guess I was about 10. Y'all don't need to know when that was. But it was something that was going on at the time. It was going on all through my life. I had half my cousins wanted to be black. Half my cousins didn't want to be anything associated with blacks. They say, we love you, but don't come visit us. And they would marry white. Their children never knew, you know, too much about their history. Sometime to be honorary, I'd bring the family album and share it with them. But what we did is we are a different people now. So now we have a different history from any of our other ancestries, whether they came from the west coast of Africa or whether they came from Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar's area. Right now, with what we're dealing with, it doesn't really matter. And I suppose some of you are aware of the fact that war was declared this morning. It was declared by Israel. How many of you know that? Yeah. Okay. Don't you know that's going to affect us too? I lived in the Middle East for 2 years. I lived in Cairo. I have never seen hatred between two people like I witnessed between the Jews and the Palestinians over there. Because I went to the American University in Cairo. It trained the Arab students to transfer and get higher degrees here in the States. And it was a very emotional, very upsetting for us to have any kind of discussions dealing with that area of the world and what they had gone through. You would think that we, sitting here together, blacks and whites, would have more emotion than we're showing. We don't, this has been going on so long, it's, oh well, you know. But over there, it was a very touchy, very passionate subject. But it's going to come to us. You could believe that. I know the feeling of the people over there. This is going to be one of the worst and bloodiest wars you have ever seen. And they are little by little letting you know during the day what is going on. The Arab nations over there that were hiding the long-range nuclear weapons. They did it in a tunnel. They did it at a time when the Jewish community was celebrating peace. And I think they had gone to some musical celebration. They have kidnapped them while they were out celebrating. They have put them in the tunnel with these long-range nuclear. No, I can't say they're nuclear. It's not nuclear, but they are long-range rockets, and they're using them as protection. This was a well-thought-out plan, and it's just coming to light this morning. This is going to be a setback for us, but it also should be more encouragement to all of you to take this matter very seriously. Our coming together for reparations, because no one else is going to be thinking about reparations for us but us now. We're in a time where this might even develop based on the hatred involved. This might be World War III today. And you remember where you were when you heard that kind of talk. But don't take this lightly. We are going to have to come together to help ourselves for reparations. Because with a war going on, that's going to be the last thing on anybody's mind is what do we want? Then no one's going to care. All they're doing is racking up bill after bill, trillions of dollars of debt fighting wars. So just keep in mind, we still are owed our reparations. You can fight all the doggone wars you want to. But we are at war too.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum.
Give her a strong hand.
Brother Malik, let me support that.
Absolutely.
Let me support
Absolutely.
that. In 2001, when Mr. Muhammad and Mrs. Muhammad were in South Africa, the same thing happened. Every time reparation gets momentum, a conflict starts in the Middle East. And it gave us a blow during the reparations movement for a little while. But as the Queen just said, we can't let this stop us. Because every time we get momentum, it's going to be something that's going to happen to take our attention, to ask you to take sides. Who do you side with? And to give your support to. Right now, all we have in this window is to look out for ourselves and be determined, self-determined, just like the Israelis are going to be, like the Palestinians are going to be, like the Europeans are going to be. Everybody's going to be self-determined on their own ideas and principles, and we have to make sure that we are equally, if not greater, in terms of our self-determination. So I support what the Queen said. It's a history and a material fact that every time we make movement and strides in reparations, some international scene pops up to derail us. We will not be derailed anymore.
All right. I want to say, excellent. Excellent. I just want to narrow in on one part of your question, which is, I think you said, how do we increase community engagement? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, that's what he asked.
Okay,
he asked about
so I
community.
think there's a couple of persons that could add to this from this experience. First of all, I think we should recognize that this here is great community engagement. What we're doing at this convention is solid community engagement. But there are a couple of persons here who had to weave through concerns, objections, and had to work these programs and guests to get them in the room. And I think and that is Dr. Tahita Bronner and Madam President Akila Mukarram. They're going to share in how this success and maybe some of the things that they went through can help us be more successful. Okay, just quickly, I'll just one quick point on the Palestinian question that I think could be instructive to us. Palestinian took a calculated risk, made a calculated predetermination based on the fact that they are sick and tired of being sick and tired of oppression and the theft of their land and the destruction of their people. And they decided that they would not exist in this state forever and that they would make a calculated attack that they knew would bring down bombs on the heads of their people. That they knew that they were about to, some of them, a group amongst them, who have the consent of the masses, radicals in their midst, made a calculated risk that they would launch an attack and be attacked so that the cause of their liberation and oppression would no longer be kept under the rug and stuck in the mud, that it would be on your minds right now. There's a lesson to be learned in that, and I won't say anything further on that. Okay, so I would think in this process, brother, that these two ladies who helped take the phone calls and the mails and the objections to get us in this room will be instructive on how we're going, and Brother Cam Howard also, excellent addition on this question. We're talking about community engagement, how to get our people involved. I think that I would be, if it's permissible, you have to, ma'am, because you're very humble. But as a person that's responding to mail and phone and different issues, our brothers and sisters need to know how to overcome their issues so we can get more people in the room, because our number one goal is to build and increase the size, strength, and effectiveness of this movement. And these lessons, because I believe that we're going to train a cadre of organizers. We're going to train a cadre of activists in Boston, the Northeast, around the country. In order to train them, we have to have some instruction. So I'll go to Madam President first, and then I'm urging you not to be so quiet, because I want to know how you got through the fights you got through and the objections you got through to get us here today.
May I answer that first? Absolutely. Because she is Abraham's daughter. A holy woman. Yes, sir. Divine woman. Yes, sir. It's in your heart. Yes, sir. That's why you do it. That's right.
I agree. Oh my goodness. Today we can exhale a bit, Dr. Tahita. We have been through quite a bit. But we worked together. We pulled different meetings together. When Dr. Raymond Winbush said, organize the organizations, that's what I set out to do. And I set out to make it as peaceful and a safe place where we could share what we wanted to share with one another. If we had any dissent that we wanted to share, that was fine, as long as we did it in a respectful and civil way. And the Honorable Salas Muhammad said to us some time ago, it's been years ago, in one of our meetings of the Lost Foundation of Islam, that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was so humble. And I try my best to be that way. Dr. Tahita is that way. And when there's someone talking to me, I listen intently. The Honorable Salas Muhammad listens intently to all of us. So I can hear and understand. And I try to keep down that voice inside of saying, okay, what am I going to say next? I don't want that to get in the way. I want to hear and understand everything that's being said. So there were a few fires to put out. I'm good at that. So whenever Dr. Tahita had something, an issue, I stepped in and I fixed it. So she had my back, I had her back. And where is the staff? Will my cabinet please stand? Will the members of the Afrodescendant Nation Congress please stand? The justices please stand. Will the followers of the Honorable Salas Muhammad please stand up in the room today? Please give everyone a big round of applause for their dedication, their sacrifices, their hard work in helping us.
Come on, y'all. Give it up.
Please give it to them. Stand in this fight with us. And thank you all so much for your support and letting me represent you as president of the Afro-Descendant Nation. Yes, ma'am. I really appreciate the respect that you all give me and the support that you give me. So I feel like you all have my back.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm out there. I'm out there for us. And I told the Savior, and you all understand why I call him Savior, correct? Indeed. Okay. He is here to save black people. I told him that I was in it for life. It doesn't matter if someone walks away today, I'm still here. And I will carry this on until my last breath on this earth. So, brother, we decide when we want to have a meeting about something, we strategize, and we pull it together. And we make that space for people to come in and talk, ask questions, and for us to work together. And I tell them, as long as we keep in our minds, stay focused on that this is for all Afro-descendants, not individually. It's not personal of any individual, but it's for all of us. Keep that in mind when you start to wander and go astray.
That's right.
And don't let anything, ideologies, religion, or anything, as the Honorable Salas Muhammad said, put it in your pocket. Okay, and just be here with us. Oh, I still feel peace in this room. Do you? Oh my goodness. I know the spirit of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is here with us today. I would like my sister. This is my ride or die for the Afro-Descendant Nation. I put her on my staff as ambassador. She wanted to come in as an ambassador. I asked the Speaker of the House if she would take her in to the House of Representatives to get her acquainted with the government and put her through in an accelerated program so that I could pull her into the executive branch. And she is here. This is our sister. She has worked so hard and diligently. We spent many a nights late on the phone, on Zoom, to get everything together. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. I would like for you to give her a standing ovation. She deserves it. My ride or die, Dr. Tahita Bronner.
Ambassador Tahita Bronner, and Madam President, we, the Lost One Nation of Islam, would like to thank you and let you know that we appreciate you for all the hard work and dedication that you did for this historical event that we have today. We appreciate you and love you. Thank you so much.
I am so humble and honored right now. Thank you so much. And my heart is pounding out of my chest, believe it or not. I didn't plan on this. So I'm just going to speak from the heart because this has been a labor of love for me. It's a labor of love for the nation, a labor of love for the Honorable Salis Muhammad, who is my spiritual leader, teacher, and guide, and has been for the last 40 years. I love you so very much, and that's why I'm here. You're the reason why I know anything about reparations or anything about nation building or the Afrodescendant Nation or the Lost Foundation of Islam. It's all because of you. We're all here because of you. I'm here because of you. I can just speak for myself, and I say I'm here because of you and because of your queen. And she's my queen, too. So I just want to say that I think the key to our success is building relationships with each other. So for me, nobody knows me. You know, I had to get out there and go to other people's conventions and meet people face to face and, you know, give out my business card and say, give me a call, get your business card, and I give you a call. And that's how it happened. It was from speaking to people, following up emails with phone calls, and being proactive in developing relationships. So without relationships with each other, we can't really go anywhere. So that's the core of what I believe is unity, is relationships, personal relationships with each other. So I think that's how it happened. And it was a long process, and it was, you know, we did get some, we had to overcome a lot because we wanted this to be for everyone. We wanted to invite everyone. We wanted no one to feel left out. And so, you know, doing that took hundreds of emails, hundreds of phone calls. I mean, it was literally, I was up all day and all night. If I hadn't have just recently I won't give away my age, but I just became like semi-retired. If that didn't happen, it was like Allah had blessed me to be available in this time, in this hour. And I felt like that was really what my empowerment was that, you know, every morning I'd wake up and I'd ask Allah to use me, steer me, and guide me to tell me what to do today. Who should I contact today? How should I approach this person? And so I felt spiritually led and empowered by just knowing that this is so much bigger than me. Like, this is something that is being done at the right time, at the right hour, that this is going forward, and Allah is using me as a vehicle to do what it was that I had to do every day. And so that's all we can do, is just do the best that we can and ask for guidance and supreme divine guidance that lives within us. We don't have to go anywhere but inside of our own souls and get the guidance that we need to be successful. And so we're here. So I love you all, and thank you for this time to share.
Just briefly to kind of address my brother's question as well. In January of probably December of 2019, Evanston passed its resolution to use the cannabis tax as a base of revenue for the reparations plan. In June of 2020, Chicago passed an ordinance that established a reparations subcommittee. Following those two events, Robin Simmons, who was the architect of the Evanston plan, asked me if I would write something to help her answer the many questions that she was having in regards to local reparations, and to actually chronicle what I had did as well in Chicago. And I put that in a pamphlet called Laying the Foundation of Local Reparations, a national guide for symmetry in the local reparations sphere, something to that effect, has a subtitle. But it has informed Boston, it's informed many other cities across the country with individuals who are trying to establish local reparations efforts. What we did, similar to what was going on in Evanston, although we didn't know that we were both doing the same thing, we started with seminars in our community. And we took them to various community colleges to just get the idea of reparations amongst our people, have them talking about it. And then we had to do teach-ins. We had to have a lot of communication within the community. We did polling. We just go to supermarkets or any type of public space and just ask people questions about reparations to get them thinking about the issue, and then also getting contact information for them to get involved at a later date. So community engagement is about doing the work on the ground. You have to be out there speaking to the people. And another thing that we did was to we went to a lot of, I said community colleges, but you have to go to churches and get your allies involved. Right now, there's a large Japanese, Asian American community that wants to be involved. The Jewish community also wants to be involved. So you have starting today, it's a whole lot different from starting 2 years ago, 2020, when we were working. You know, there's so much desire to get it to address the issue that we didn't have 3 years ago, in 2019, 4 years ago in 2020. So you're starting with a leg up, but you just got to get out in front of the people, man. Get them
involved. You asked a hot question, brother. When you talk about how to get the community involved, that might be a whole forum. That's right. But I do want to say, because I've been asked several times, the way everyone can get involved right now is to take this number and text reparations to the number I'm about to give you. Text 877-506-2184. The number is 877-506-2184. Lock it into your phone and call it the reparations vote. Lock it into your phone, because we want you to take that number and share that number with 100 other persons. and tell 100 people to tell another 100 people to text reparations to that number. I don't care what part of the country, and they can help us right now. Take 877-506-2184 and text reparations. When you text reparations in there, that text is going to answer you back, and it's going to ask you 5 questions, and you're to answer by choosing A or B, or whatever the answer is. And then it's going to lock your number into the database for this movement. So every time we spread that number, every time we say, brother, sister, you support reparations, make your vote now and share it with your family, share it with everybody. Yes, this number is now starting to fill up and give us the database. It's not it is a good vote. It's not the permanent vote, Brother Cam. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but we don't want to be behind either. Right now, we want everybody to share this number, to have everybody text reparations in there, and to have your family do it and to share with everybody else. That gets us started with our database. So then we can do what? Ask people to come to our next convention in Washington, D.C., and to the one coming up in Chicago, and to support by giving your donation or funds or to whatever we want, brother, to support the Chicago local reparations. Whatever we decide, we got to have a database of some millions. Yes, sir. And we can get started. Right now, we are an army of organizers right here. Mm-hmm. This little small army of organizers taking flight. This is some strong potential right here. So all of these are good strategies that are currently being enacted, and this is why we got a heck of a foundation. I can't say enough about the good staff, structure, and officers that the Honorable Silas Muhammad and his wife have created for us to operate from. I mean, we have people that are dedicated. He has permanent staff that we know going forward. We have a great foundation already. Let's give it a hand.
Yep. Okay. You have a question, and he also has a question. So you, sir, and then the gentleman in the suit over there.
Yes, sir. And before I ask the question, I just want to preface something. I want to thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad for 2 awesome Ishmaels that you sent to Philadelphia, Ishmael Abdul Salam. And because of him, I heard about reparations and I heard about the Honorable Silas Muhammad. I want to thank you because, and I want to thank Brother Ishmael because when Minister Jeremiah passed away, Shabazz, it was amazing that the Honorable Silas Muhammad did not consider it robbery to honor his brother and come to the homegoing. Despite his schedule and how busy he is, that showed me the man, his character, his integrity, his commitment, his brotherhood. And I also want to thank you for Minister Ishmael al-Islam. He and I did a lot in Philadelphia. And when even some of my own Christian brothers turned against me, this man stood right beside me. He's a brother's keeper. To the panelists, let me say, it's kind of a long question here, but several of you have talked about the importance of building coalition and building people together. And I think the brother on the very end talked about, Asian American. There were some Asian Americans that want to jump on board. That being said, and you may already be doing this, but what about our African brothers on the continent taking the reparations like conferences through the various countries on the continent of Africa and rallying heads of states and our African brothers to jump on board, as well as, let me ask this question, would you be willing also to get our Arab brothers, whether it's Pakistan, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, doing conferences there and getting them involved? And would also a strategy be to get the North Koreans, Russian, And I say that because I believe that, you know, despite everything that has been going on and on the fight and everything, black men are still being slaughtered, as well as women in the streets of America. Oftentimes from us, committing crimes against others, but against each other, as well as police brutality continues. Something that Keith Ellison, who I believe is the Attorney General in Minnesota, the question to him was, when that officer kneeled on George Floyd's neck for however long it was, and sat there and murdered this man in cold blood, how could he have done that knowing that cameras, surveillance cameras, people's cell phones, was recording every inch of it? And Keith Ellison said something I will never forget. He said, well, think about it. When he got prosecuted, was found guilty, this was the first time in the history of Minnesota that a police officer was brought to justice. That to me was astonishing in the history of Minnesota. So that being said, I do believe that the only way to capture the attention is that you got to take the United States to the UN and put all the evidence on the board. And to that point, let me just close it with this. The Ukraine president, Zelensky, I have to say, I respect that brother, because how does a little teeny country like that, he has galvanized support and has spoken to the UN several times and has admonished and demanded them that my people are being slaughtered. Not only do I need weapons, but I need money. And I'm saying, if he can do that, why can't we?
May I start with it, Mr. Muhammad? Thank you, Brother Kevin Sheaf. He is, we call him in Philadelphia, the drum major. He is the drum major of reparations in Philadelphia. Let me start by the last part. You're talking about how can Ukraine do is geopolitical influence. Geopolitical influence. What the Afrodescendant Nation are part of our strategy, and part of the strategy through All for Reparations and Emancipation through our UN advocacy, is to develop international influence through organizations like CARICOM, which is a Caribbean nation organization who, in part of their 10-point reparations program, does support reparations for people of the diaspora. So that's one geopolitical strategy that will support reparations for Afro-descendants. The next group is through the OAU, the Organization of African Unity. They have divided themselves into 6 regions. Africa is divided into 5 regions. The 6th region is the diaspora. They have recognized the transatlantic slave trade and the people in the diaspora as part of the 6th region. By establishing relationships with the OAU will help galvanize geopolitical influence for Afro-descendants, because they already have a mandate that recognizes Afro-descendants. Also, the UN is also considering giving the OAU a seat at the, I think it's the G5. That's where the Security Council. So by maintaining this position of galvanizing geopolitical influence will help support us, similar to Ukraine, to get these international support that we need. So that's currently how I propose that we use part of our strategy to inside the United Nations to get those issues brought forward. The United Nations has already recognized police brutality as the #1 lingering effect of plantation slavery here in America. They sent out rapporteurs, special rapporteurs, to investigate George Floyd. And these cases continue to come up, as in Mississippi, as in Baton Rouge. So now police brutality is not only what's going on camera in terms of arrest, it's happening in the prisons, just like at the Fulton County Jail. So now these lingering effects continue, and the United Nations is monitoring and watching, and we are reporting to the United Nations through our advocacy through AFRI. Thank you, Bashir.
Actually, go ahead.
I have to stop myself from commenting, but these are great questions, but we're on tape, and we're live across the country, and so there are scientists of reparations movement that study these tapes. So I think we should be clear on some of our positions, because we'll have to deal with them when we leave this room. Okay, so one point to be made about Mr. Zelensky. Not you said it, we didn't say it, but I think we should say it. It's a fair interpretation that all the support he's getting is because he's a tool of NATO. And we are not tools of anybody. We're not going to be no tools of the West. We're not in the middle of no war between the East and the West. And that's why he's getting all that money and support, because he's a proxy in a war between America and Russia. And so I don't know if, I'm not knocking you, but he's not necessarily our model. But I think what you're saying is we want international support. But even there, we must be clear, because there are groups here that saying we have to be clear that whatever support is garnered, and that our goal is full and complete reparations for black people in America. Okay, we don't want no confusion or come out of this convention where somebody else said that this convention was about anything else, or hooking up with the Korean, or I mean, I'm sure that there'll be people of goodwill that will want to support us getting full and complete reparations for our people. But we must, I think, understand that we are uncompromised in terms of who we're fighting for. Yes, sir. We're fighting for us here in America. We're fighting for us here, and I say that as a Pan-Africanist, as a man that believes in the unification of all African people, and we want the OAU support, we want other support, but in an uncompromised way, that everyone need to know who we're fighting for without compromise, and that's the blacks who have been enslaved in America.
All right, I got my microphone here. So he has a question, and then the brother in the fedora has a question after that. Just wanted to put that on your radar, sir.
Assalamu alaikum to the entire panel and everybody assembled here. Thank you all, and I want to say a special thanks to Dr. Akila and Dr. Taida, because they did really reach out to a diversity of people and worked for months to ensure that we would have a successful conference. And again, let's give them a strong round of applause, and all of those who work with them. To the panel, I represent, of course, the National Reparations Institute here in Atlanta, and of course, the Nation of Islam, Muhammad's Mosque 15. And thank you all again for inviting me, and thank you all for the reception that we've had here, and building the national reparations movement for the masses of our people. My question to the entire panel and those who are in the audience who represent organizations, on November 2nd through the 4th, the 3rd National Reparations Summit in Daba, the National Reparations in Daba, will happen at the Atlanta University Center. And those organizations, and I'm asking the panel, would you all consider participating? Because this will be the 3rd time, and some of you all had not participated in the past. It is open for those who are talking about complete reparations for the masses of our people. And again, we define what complete reparations is here in the Declaration. And I want to know from the panel today, would you all consider attending the National Reparations Summit? The National Reparations Institute is the only policy center and think tank in the country centered on complete reparations for the masses of our people. We're not competing with anyone. Most of y'all know my work in the movement over 30 years. And again, we're sincere about what we're doing. And the voices that I've heard this weekend that I know, you're sincere about it. And again, the next step is to be at the Indaba, which means the great sitting down, okay? And at the end of the day, and now the other question I want to ask, and anybody you can take the answer, would you be willing to read the National Reparations Declaration? Because it has been reviewed by scholars. I'm one of the co-authors. It's just a blessing because it represents 30-something years of work in the national reparations movement. But what's in the National Reparations Declaration is the collective culture model. Because as a political scientist, as an activist, and as a worker in the reparations community, at the end of the day, it ends up being a public policy issue. And at the end of the day, again, I want to know would you all be willing to read it and then help us improve it where you see. But it is documented. It has been reviewed by scholars. Dr. Ray Wimbush, who was supposed to be here, he read it. And he called me and said, Professor Muhammad, in my 40 years, I have never seen a better calculation than what you all were able to provide. And again, I'm asking you all to read it and help us improve it. It's not the end all and the be all, but it's a blueprint. Don't tell me you're building a building anywhere in Atlanta, commercial or residential, and you don't have a blueprint. One of the things that has been missing in the reparations movement is the model and the methodology for doing it. Protesting, prayer breakfasts, pleading, and picketing is not going to get us complete reparations. Thank you all, and any of you all can take my question. And again, you all are invited to the Indaba, the third Indaba, okay? It will be at the Atlanta University Center. The National Reparations Institute is the host. And of course, Clark Atlanta University and the Department of Political Science that I am, they're the co-sponsors, the Davis Bozeman Law Firm, a host of other organizations are involved. And also, too, we will be honoring four of the pioneers who have been in the movement. So please take my number, and I'll see you afterwards. And but again, there were two questions about the summit and reading the declaration, and give us your critique or your criticism of it. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
So I'll go first since I'm on the end. Probably might go down, but I was invited to the first two and didn't attend for scheduling conflicts. I think we had and Cobra had a conference on the first one that was happening at the same time, and I was had already made scheduling commitments for the second one. Right now, I do not have anything scheduled for November 3rd and 4th, so I'll definitely be there, brother, and I did purchase the declaration.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muhammad. I think, I looked at my notes, I think I was at both of them, the first and the second. And Lost Foundation of Islam spoke at a reparations meeting held by Professor Sam Livingston. He's okay, at that Indaba. Thank you for the invitation. I'll be there.
Assalamu alaikum. I definitely want to read the declaration, and I will read it. And if my schedule permits, I will also be here in Atlanta.
My brother Reginald, thank you. This is my brother that was in the breakout room with me yesterday for the strategic reparations plan, and he has attended our meetings in which, brother, that information you're going to put into the strategic reparations plan for us from your book. So definitely I will take a look at my schedule. I will be there to support as best that I can.
I will get the information from my president, and I will definitely read it, and it will probably become a part of all of these experts that have contributed to the reparations cause, I'm for sure.
My brother, long-time stalwart, never deviate from the struggle for reparations. We must be at the third Indaba. I remember the Indabas that Dr. Conrad Worrell started in the year 2004. I was a part of about 5 Indabas. Indaba means the great sit down. I'm glad that continues. I'm glad to hear that the Afrodescendant Nation, that our representatives will be there. Your research is vital. I need the book right now so that I can evaluate it for my own knowledge and strategic purposes. And I'm very pleased to hear that you're already working with the leadership here in terms of strategic planning. So as we engage what you're asking us to engage in, which is a yes, and I'm glad that we engage in you. We engage because we need you. And I think we all need to understand that reparations is a broad-based movement. There are going to be other conferences and conventions, some that we have nothing to do with, and we don't have anything against it. That we're going to be out there engaging and propagating and pulling folks in, and we're supportive about it. And that's the attitude we have to have, brother. And I would hope, I'm going to read your book. I would hope that it will be included in the reading materials and the think tank and the research body that this great organization has online. And man, we're together, brother. We're together. We honor you, and we're together, and we appreciate you being steadfast.
I just wanted to say, my name is Will Crosby, I'm from Chicago. Been involved with the reparations movement since I was 21 years old under Queen Mother Moore and the UNIA. That's who first informed me about reparations. I just want to say, if you're not talking to your family members, everyone in this room, I just had some of my family members come here to see me, and they wanted to sit down and talk. And they didn't want a person come in here, they wanted to talk to me. So we went out, and the whole discussion with them was about reparations. They live here in Atlanta, right? So I know you all have family if you've been in America any period of time all over America. And just 1/4 of my family, we're in 27 cities. So if you start digging into your family, now I tell everybody this, if you're on social media, take that slave name you got. Find every black person you see on that slave name and create a group. In that group, they say, you may be blood or you may be slave related. Your name Crosby? I found 1,000 Crosbys, and I gave them that preposition. You either blood related or you slave related, because we got the slave name, and we need to hook up. Now, as it comes to reparations, black people in America have made reparations an international discussion. If you go to London, once a month they hold an international call-in from around the world based on what they followed us. Everybody in the world has always followed African Americans in the African community. Let us be clear. The reason Africa has the black star is because it came out of America. Anytime 100 years ago, Marcus Mosiah Garvey had 100,000 people in one organization, but some people missed one lady named Callie House and a brother named A.I. Dickerson, who in 1870 moved for ex-slaves to receive reparations. So when people think this reparation movement just started now, no, it's been going on since 1870. Be clear, you know. And so when we think that reparations, we haven't affected reparations. I was in Africa in 1998 with 5,000 African Americans, met with 37 African nations. And we had the discussion about opening up these doors to let black people come back and get land. And it's starting to happen. But what we haven't did in the West is how many of us communicate with black people in Colombia, or black people in Venezuela, or black people in Canada. We have to develop a Western view because we're in a global world. And so I know there's some people that just talk about America. But when they split my family up, I found relatives in Venezuela. I found relatives in Colombia. So if you think about it, and these are runaway slaves. I went to Canada and found a runaway slave from 1834 that came from Mississippi, who had ran and walked his way out of America into Canada. So when we start talking about this, it's a family thing. So if you're not talking to your family, you think you're organizing, you first better organize inside your own personal families. So I want you to do one thing today. I want you to call, when you get home, 10 of your relatives and ask them what they think about reparations. Because we say we organize, but sometimes we ain't talk to our own family members. And that's all I got to say.
All right. Very brilliant, very brilliant.
Okay, somebody, can I see some hands? Show some hands now.
One ad. While you talking to your family, now force them to put that number in that text and text reparations. Because that text is going to talk back to them and educate them about reparations or ask them their opinion about reparations. So I favor that, and I favor telling your family and our families to text reparations to 877, to text reparations to force them to go on that text. I agree. And force them on that text. I'm gonna go on my phone and force my brother. I'm gonna force my brother and my mother to text reparations to 877-506-2184 and answer every question. I'm gonna force them to do that, brother, and I thank you.
All right.
Hello, my name is Sister Lily X. I'm the National Youth Commission and Young People of Incobra co-chair. And so I thank you all for being here. I do have a question for the Honorable Silas Muhammad. Earlier you had made a comment that religion is warfare, which I understand in theory. However, when we talk about organizing our people, I would say that arguably the place that we're gonna find the most Black people in America who are willing to move on something would be in the Black church, or I've been meeting a lot of Black Muslims, Black Jews, Black Buddhists. Long story short, I'm saying that a lot for survival purposes, a lot of our people have attached themselves to religion. So how would we deliver this message to those who are committed to their religious institutions, but are also committed to their, Afro identity as an Afro-descendant? How would we have that conversation if we are not trying to remain indoctrinated in religion? Is that what you were saying earlier? Okay, thank you. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
And if I can just add on to that, if I may. I mean, I know I'm moderating, but I'm on the youth commission. So one of the things, I've been to the Zoom meetings. Yeah, I'm on your monthly calls. I was on the line. Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that, in terms of religion, again, I understand, to the Honorable Silas Muhammad point, religion is warfare and religion can be divisive. But one of the things that I found, and I have a background in religious studies, is that every religious study, and this is how you make reparations apply to that, is every religious text, whether it's the Bible, the Talmud, the Torah, the Guru Granth Sahib, all of those things demand reparations for a party that is wronged. For instance, in the Old Testament or in the Torah, in Deuteronomy 15, 13. In chapter 15, I'm going through the verses of Deuteronomy, but the whole thing talks about the 7 year, the year of Jubilee, but the year 15 talks about reparations for when someone's enslaved. It says that in the year 7, if you had someone that was enslaved for 6 years, you don't just set them off free. You have to provide them land, you have to provide them technical support, you have to provide them other forms of equipment, right? And in the Bible, in the New Testament, where Jesus is talking with a tax collector who was known for scamming people, the tax collector was so ashamed that he winds up going out and returning the funds that he stole. Jesus responds, for the Son of Man came to heal and to repair. And some translations say, I've come to make whole again. So that's how we make reparations appeal to people, whether it's the church or the mosque or the synagogues. Because yes, I agree that, there are people that for survival purposes and, they have found their ways to be attached to their religions for whatever reason, survival purposes, making whole purposes. But each religion mandates that reparations are to be made whole to a person that has been wronged. Each religious system demands that a system of redress has to be made, and that's how you make it plain. One of the things that my grandfather once said, and this is from an activist and organizing standpoint, is the mountain didn't go to Muhammad. Muhammad went to the mountain. The mountain being, in this case, being the masses, the people that we're trying to reach. So that's how you would make reparations appeal to those of us who are still attached to the religious institute.
Thank you. Thank you, young lady. And really, I'm so proud of the youth who've attended this conference. This is ultimately going to be your banner to pick up and move forward. The Honorable Silas Muhammad, I am a member of the Lost Found Nation of Islam and have been a member for many years and will always be a member. But I'm also a citizen of the Afrodescendant Nation. And if I can put it in perspective, I have put Muslim in my pocket. I wear it in my heart, but that's not what I put forth. What I put forth is Black, Afro-descendant. We collectively have to be together. And that's what the Honorable Silas Muhammad means when he says putting our religion in our pocket. Not that we are not going to be Christians, not that we're not going to be Hebrew Israelites, not that we're not going to be Muslim. We are going to be all those. And you keep your religion dear to your heart. But when it comes to this fight, the person that pulls us over when we're driving black doesn't pull us over because I'm a Muslim or a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite. They pull us over because we're black. So our collective unity is that black. And so if you can take that to heart, that keep your religion, but put forth this movement to help us regain our rights, our human rights. Thank you.
All right, are there any more questions? Yes, there's right here, and then there's the sister in the back. So, who's got the microphone? She had her hand up first, and then there was a sister in the back. The one saying, sir, right here. See the beautiful woman in the beautiful blue jacket, right there.
Good afternoon. I'm Phyllis Talaferro. I am a psychotherapist. I wondered if I was in the wrong place. I wondered even if I was invited wrongly, because my reference for reparations doesn't start with Abraham. It starts with 1619. It starts in Ghana, in West Africa. It starts in going to slave castles and seeing how our ancestors were held in slavery. My mother and I visited the African American Museum on North Avenue in Baltimore. My mother couldn't go in because she heard the bells, bing, 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 which meant Africans were being loaded onto slave boats to come to America. I'm wondering, my wondering is because I'm wondering if we are going to be involved with the Congressional Black Caucus to bring things closer to us. They talked about reparations a few years ago, but it's lost. I'm very happy that we had someone on the Hill being trained, because to me, reparations starts right here. That's why I'm saying, I'm wondering if I was invited as a wrong person. Reparations for me starts in America. And I've even thought about reparations so much, knowing that our free labor, the labor of our ancestors, were used to build Ivy League universities. In my head, reparations is admitting African Americans who are qualified students to these universities for free. That's a form of reparations for me. And reparations for me also is financial, total. I still pay taxes on my great-grandmother's property in Virginia from 1912, at a time where I'm understanding many blacks in this country did not own property. I'm wondering, hell, she was a lady. Lucy Taliaferro was a lady and bought 10 acres of land in Virginia that Phyllis Taliaferro still pays taxes on. So I am just wondering if I was invited wrongly, because my issue or thought of reparations is here. My issue or thought of where we're going to get our reparations from is here. So I don't know how I got invited. How did I get invited?
I think you got invited because you cared, that's why you got invited, because you care about this issue. So if,
So
yeah.
I think you're in the right place. You came to the right place. What you envision as the origin of impact from the injury or the crimes that your ancestors experienced. I think all of us here see the American government as the chief perpetrator, and that American government, which started in 1776, inherited or took over in a hostile takeover that's called a war, the corporations, the charter corporations of the 13 colonies that in 1619 our ancestors came here. So you're in the right place. It's the same criminal entity that you believe owes us. That's everyone here holds that same belief. It's the American government, who we are fighting for reparations. We introduce the global African context because it's all interrelated, and we can pull from what our brothers and sisters are doing on the continent, or in the Caribbean, or in Europe, and their struggle for reparations. We can pull best practices. Also, we can utilize international covenants, international protocols, international laws to further up our case here in America against the United States. So you're in the right place, you're invited to the right place. Your grievance, what you expect to come from out of your reparations efforts, is the same thing we're fighting for here. So just want to share that.
Sister, you're definitely in the right place. And part of what you hear from the international landscape or the geopolitical landscape is all relevance. When we talk about Japanese who have received reparations during the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, it was because of international pressure that was applied to the United States from Japan and other Asian nations who wanted to do business with Japan. So they would not have been successful without international pressure. And so there's a correlation between reparations and international pressure. So I want everyone to understand that there's a relationship. So when you hear us talking about the UN and you hear us talking about Europe and Africa, these places, it doesn't mean that our focus isn't on our people right here. We realize that international pressure and influence and all those things apply to successful reparations claims.
Can I say one quick thing to you, ma'am? Ma'am?
Yeah.
Hi. You're in the right place because this is a process. This convention has had leaders and reparations organizers from a variety of perspectives speaking and presenting all weekend. That's the vision of this body called the Afrodescendant Nation, which I'm honored to be a part of. And so where we are right now, we're in stages of a process. We're in a process of attempting to unite all of the reparations coalitions, all of the different reparations leaders to the table with their different perspectives, motivations, and backgrounds so that we can have coherency and unity in this movement. And in certain matters, as we go along, we have to sit down as intelligent people, and like an intelligent government, and we have to vote and decide on our positions. And your position is an important position. And so we have a goal. It's one of our goals is to unite 200 national and local reparations organizations together so we can answer questions together that will give you meaningful answers. You are in the right place. And these are our motivations. We're trying to bring about unity in this movement and bring it about in a formal way to answer everybody's questions. And we want you to stay with us and stay engaged.
Yes. All right. And who had a question in the back?
Yes, hi. I am Empress Christina Clement, founder of State of Lock Nation, Lock Community Association, and NJS Hair Care Temple. And in my research, I realized that paperwork is super important. And what it looks like we have here is our own very much Black United Nations, where you can all have your separate differences, but on paper with the United Nations, we can come together on that one piece of thing and move forward. Because we can spend a lot of time talking about all our differences, but then time is being wasted on that and not what we're trying to do. We already spent enough time. So the Bible already said the last will be first. So there's nothing to worry about other than just doing it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Any, just like more questions over here. So, this honorable sir, and then, okay.
Could I just say something?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sister?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sister. I appreciate what you just said. You talked about our differences, but we are seeking to come together on our commonalities. We're always going to have differences, and it's okay for us to present those, but what can we get together on? What can we agree upon that's best for our people together? So thank you so much, and that's how we're moving forward. We want to have a coalition, a body of us together that are seeking to work what's in our best interest moving forward. Thank you.
All right, and yes, sir. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Senator Al-Ghani, Afrodescendant Nation.
Sir, can you just put the mic up a little bit more so people in the live stream can hear you?
Assalamu alaikum. Senator Al-Ghani, Afrodescendant Nation, Lost Foundation of Islam. My comment and question, is concerning who shall receive reparations or who should receive reparations. And I'm reverting to a statement made by a queen a few days ago about the Garifuna people whom apparently nobody knew about and had to be discovered by going there. A part of my own history is that I served in the United States Army a few years ago, and I was in Germany. And I mentioned this probably only in Houston, that I was out in the community, probably on break or on leave one weekend, And out of the community came some little brown babies who looked like me, waving and apparently trying to get my attention and speaking German. Herr Soldat, Americanisch. You don't have no business speaking German. You look like me. And later on, I learned, I should have known better, they were brown babies. They are Afro-descendants. They meet the first criteria in the definition of Afro-descendants. Descendants of those who were forcibly displaced from Africa. How did they get to Germany? My uncles and grandfathers and brothers and cousins produced them during World War II and World War I. So they greeted me. Now, some years later, I'm looking at the definition of Afro-descendants. They fit it. And in addition to that, did a little bit more research, a little more consideration. My relatives and your relatives left brown babies in Germany, in Japan, where there are military bases, in England, where there are military bases, in Vietnam, just about every place that the United States military took us, we left Afro-descendants. My statement is, in reparations, no Afro-descendant left behind.
Brilliant. Any other questions? Questions from the audience? Okay. All right, I don't see any more questions from the audience. So continuing on, and this is where our panelists, still stay here. We got some next questions for you all, and this is part of the program. So like you mentioned, but this is more so for Brother Malik Shabazz. You mentioned a lot about a call to action having a plebiscite. Now, for those who had just come in, can you describe what a plebiscite exactly is and why is that so important?
Okay, first of all, I want to commend you. You surprised me when you dropped that knowledge. That didn't go unnoticed, because you struck a good balance between Mr. Honorable Ajani Mukaram. He says if you don't know how to solve these religious disputes, essentially what he's saying, if you don't know how to navigate through religion, it's like high explosives, don't mess with it. Just tell the people, regardless to what your religion is, the police are beating us, we've been enslaved by our enemies, and we want full and complete reparations, and stop arguing about religion. That's a great advice. You gave a piece of expert advice. You said if you know the religion, and you can get in these Christian or Muslim or other religious circles, and you know the science of the book, you could use that to our advantage, as long as you don't blow yourself up. Because the Bible, the same Bible, there's Book of Peter says, I think it's in the New Testament, where the Bible says that you have to obey your masters. Mm-hmm. And then you have Exodus 21st chapter and the 6th verse says that he who stealeth the man and selleth that man, and if he be caught with that man in his hands, he be surely be put to death. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming you're saying you go in and rock these scriptures mm-hmm. that can convert people over to the reparations cause. That's mm-hmm. a skill you have, mm-hmm. and that's appreciated skill. Mm-hmm. That's so we got to choose one or the other. Johnny's either you stay away from it or you go on and rock it. That's important here. First of all, I think we've been talking about the plebiscite. We've been talking about the vote. You asked me about it. So what I want to do is to know whether or not I've been effective thus far. So is there any member of the audience here, based on this convention, can explain the importance of the plebiscite, or what is called a plebiscite? Tell us what it is and the importance of it. Anyone, please. Don't be shy, even if you don't feel comfortable, please. Okay. Vote on what? Okay, but, okay, that's true. Plebiscite is a vote, okay, by who? Okay, come on, y'all, help me out now. Who is taking the vote? Okay, and who is that here? Okay, how many of us is it?
Wow. Well, worldwide,
No, hold on. How many in America? Okay, and these are what? These are people that are eligible to vote?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that vote important?
For us to take that information to the United Nations as well as for us to determine for ourselves our nation.
It's an excellent answer. That's an excellent answer. Okay, come on. Now you come on back. You still with me now? Okay, take me a little further. So what's the subject of our vote, young lady?
The subject of our vote is our story heritage, the reparations.
Oh, I want you to say it affirm. I don't want you to question. Our vote, to be clear, how many answered to questions in the text? How many answered to questions? Okay, now that's only 1/3 now. Now, if we're going to be serious about carrying out an action, if we give out a call to action, the leadership, which is all of us, the leadership must carry the process through, because those that vote, when you text reparations to that number, it asks 5 questions. And those questions pertain to one of the key questions. Do you classify yourself as an Afro-descendant? Why do we ask that question? We ask that question because we want to know how far we have to go in explaining why we back that term. And so we want to know, is it 20%? Is it 30%? Is it 50%? That's right to you, ma'am. We're in collecting data for ourselves, not just the United Nations. We need to know what our people are thinking. The rest of the questions are for ourselves. We need to know what our people are thinking. It's also for legal and lawful purposes, to show that we have official numbers and registrants behind us and that our people have chosen reparations. So again, to reiterate and to close, a plebiscite is a formal vote or consensus amongst the masses of our people as to whether or not they consent to reparations and consent to the principles and the goals that we're fighting for. We can't say we represent our people and they haven't even had a say-so in it. We have to give them a say-so in it. So now and to close, the importance of the process of getting there, to me, is as important as the vote. How we get, just say, 5 million. We have 40 million people, but let's just say we try to get to 5 million. That would be remarkable if we could marshal our organizations and forces and gain 5 million persons that actually cast that vote. Nations are going to start respecting us now. And our movement will have what? 5 million registrants in that process. How do we get 5 million registrants? Well, we're going to need more than just these organizations. So we took a long time yesterday, and we won't take it today. But as we go around the country to Washington, D.C., hopefully Chicago, New York, California, Mississippi, as this convention and effort goes around the country, once again, we hope to get a block of organizations, as many as 200, backing the vote, backing the plebiscite. Just that. Imagine us now 200 organizations strong. Well, the only problem we're going to have here is who's going to get the mic. Imagine this room packed and the auditoriums packed as our organization and our movement gets stronger. So I close again. I would say that this movement here, I close for the 5th time, but I'm like any other Nation of Islam preacher. I'm going to close 5 times.
Yes, the number.
87, go ahead, you know.
Yeah, I know. The number is 877-506-2184.
We need you to make this a part of your rhythm and culture as a reparations organizer. This is our first assignment as we gain other assignments. Keep telling people to text reparations to that number. Keep pushing that number, because what you're doing is you're increasing our database. Again, as a reminder, remember, you had heard nothing about Black Lives Matter. Regardless to their origin, whether you say it's this or that or the other, the bottom line to it is you didn't know anything about it till a few years ago, and they have had a transformative effect on the police brutality movement. And they also, as I said with some of the founders the other day in Los Angeles doing my police brutality work as a litigator, they also had $90 million in the bank to carry out their aims and objectives. Now, I don't know, we probably wouldn't get it from the same folks they got it from. But however, no, there's something to be said here. We have, that list we put up here yesterday was a list of companies in America that claim that they have X amount of billion dollars together to solve racial disparities. Black Lives Matter got 90 million to help fight police brutality. In that same period when the George Floyd incident blew up, the ACLU, the NAACP, who really not fighting that issue like that. I love some of my folks, but they picked up 200 million.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they the NAACP and George Floyd was on TV and people were rioting. The ACLU said that, well, we fighting police brutality too. They picked up 170 million. Okay? You give this movement here $10 million budget, and you finna see some reparations.
Yeah.
You give us $10 million in the budget here, it's going down. You give us 200 million, all you're gonna have a problem is who to cut the check to or what entity or all of that. I'm telling you that we have to build this movement, and we can build this movement, and that's where we are right now. What I'm gonna do my best to do is to bring the police brutality movement into the reparations movement.
Mm-hmm.
There's a police brutality movement out there right now that I'm well connected in. I just came from Families Against Police Brutality, hundreds of families out in California, all of that, Mississippi, everywhere I'm going as an attorney and a litigator. Well, now what am I going to do? All of our materials and all of the activists that are fighting police brutality, I'm going to tell them, I'm supporting you here, I'll support you there, but your flyer, I need you to change your flyer, activist, and I need you to put 877-506-2184 at the bottom of that police flyer and say text to support reparations, because we are tired in the police brutality movement of we going in circles. I mean, we fighting for justice, but the white police and black police are killing us every day, and we have to file another suit, fight another case, have another demonstration. The solution to police brutality is full and complete reparations.
Yeah.
I'm convincing them to y'all join over to this. Okay, so that's my piece on that.
Yeah, and I just want to say before Brother Cam, to Brother Malik's point, there was an international commission that was put together, and they said to change the language from police brutality to police terrorism, because that's exactly what's going on. Yeah, because that's exactly what's going on. So, Brother Cam, I know you had the microphone.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add on for simplicity around the question of what is a plebiscite. In America, we live in what is called a representative democracy, where we elect a representative and then that representative vote on issues that face us. In a direct democracy, we would vote on every issue that face us, and that would be like super expensive. to do that. But one way in America where we do have the opportunity to engage in direct democracy is when they put a question or referendum on the ballot. So for all intents and purposes, a plebiscite is the same as a referendum. It gives every person who that issue affects an opportunity to personally vote on that particular issue. So we are comfortable with the term referendum. So when we explain the plebiscite, we can just use that as an example.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we get back to the panel, I recognize that this lady over there, she had a question that she wanted to ask. Oh. All right, hold on, just turn the microphone on. Yep, we can hear you. You're good.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
And thank you for acknowledging me. My name's Ilyasa. I'm part of the Afrodescendant Nation. I wanted to address this question to Attorney Malik Shabazz. He did speak on plebiscite. I wanted to ask the question because in the process of it, it does add in their explanation, in their dictionary of plebiscite, that it is a process of electorate, members voting through the electorate body, and of course the change in the Constitution. How that's causing a change in their Constitution. How is that plebiscite representing our government, Afro-descendant nation, to this government's Constitution? Submit it.
I don't know if it's that narrowly defined. You make an important point, but this plebiscite, or as Brother Cam Howard has helped us, is a referendum or a vote on this matter of specific concern to us, which is reparations for our suffering. I'm not sure that I know for a fact that the definition of plebiscite is not limited to a vote to change the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution can only be changed by a constitutional amendment with 2/3 of the states. Plebiscites have been conducted in many different scenarios all over the world. So I don't say it's not limited to at all to changing the United States Constitution. This plebiscite or referendum or vote is for black people who are affected by slavery and chattel slavery to give their vote and support for reparations. So to that extent, it is a vote to change our objectives and our struggle, or to clarify our objectives about what we're struggling for. So does that answer your question? It's not about changing the United States Constitution. It's an expression of our will as a people as to what our stance is and what we intend to do about it. Correct. Yes.
So if that term that you're using, plebiscite, originated from somewhere, something, and in their definition, the origination of the term, the action of plebiscite, where is it originated from?
So it's an international term that the United Nations honor when a people who have been oppressed or who want to declare their identity or standing within the geographical territory. Then that people can, and the United Nations can assist in that people in having this vote to determine their identity, to determine whether they want to be independent or sovereign. And it's generally around the question of sovereignty, where it's recognized at an international level. People vote to whether or not they want to be independent from the powers that be who have oppressed them or who denies them certain rights. So it's an international term recognized by the United Nations for subgroups within multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-national territories for them to use to assert their self-determining efforts.
And I do understand that, What I wanted to add, or just ask, not out of ignorance, but just understanding, because when they gave the term at the UN,
Okay, I got you.
They gave definition. And in that definition, plebiscite, the action of it, is the voting of members inside of an electorate body in order to change a constitution. So I'm asking the question, how would that be related to us from their constitution? And so I think you gave some answer.
No, I give you the direct, I give you the
Thank you.
definitive answer right now. That might be their definition, but plebiscite is a Latin word. It comes from the root word plebiscitum, and it means a law voted by the comitia, or literally it means a decree of the common people. It comes from a Latin word, it's a decree of the common people. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, it says that plebiscite means a vote by which the people of an entire country or district express an opinion for or against a proposal, especially on the choice of government or ruler. Okay? It doesn't say, so it says a vote, entire country or district express an opinion for or against a proposal. Then it goes on to say especially, but it doesn't say only, for the choice of a governmental ruler. Well, we fit that definition also. We're making a choice here on, even in that plebiscite vote on that number I gave you. There's a question number 4 or 5. It asks, do you choose are you for a separate land or territory of your own? It's asking you in there to make a choice on your form of government. So what we're saying here, ma'am, is that plebiscite is not limited to necessarily your definition. I'm not being argumentative with you. It's not limited to that. A plebiscite, again, or is like Brother Cam said, is a referendum or the people's vote to declare our position on reparations. We have to verify what we're saying. I'm saying reparations is supported by the masses. Reparations got momentum. If I was in court, they would say, well, bring the exhibit. Where's the evidence, Attorney Shabazz? And I would go, well, you know, man, I saw it on CNN. I mean, I heard it, man. It was rapping about it. And I would lose my case. I have to come with some facts, proof, and evidence. So when we come to the United Nations or anybody, it could be the Supreme Court of America, it could be to the Chicago City Council or State of Illinois legislature, wherever they fighting for reparations. We have to come with the facts and the data of the masses of the people who have voted in favor of this particular demand that we are due full and complete reparations. We don't want to get too fancy with it. We must have a national vote up or down on whether or not our people support full and complete reparations. We have to have it.
All right, yes, lady, yes, you have the question? Turn on the microphone and speak into the mic, please. All right, there's a button, just press it up and...
Okay, is it on now?
Yeah, yes, it's on.
Okay, I wanted to thank everybody who came here and sacrificed your time. And, you know, I'm praying to God that all these organizations, the Black Lives Matter, ACLU, all of them that got all this money, $200 million, that they could break bread with the reparations organization and give you some money, Attorney Malik Shabazz, so that you can get the $200 million for the reparations. If nothing else, if they have $90 million, what are they doing with it? Because I get terrorized by the police every day. I just went up there to Quick Trip to buy some donuts for y'all, And I mean, they got the guy walking around like I come in there with a weapon or something. I come down here to this event, time I get to the door, got a police to meet me coming out. So this happens to us as black women every day by ourselves. We going through hell. So they not doing nothing with that $200 million. They need to give it to you. We need organization so that all the black lawyers can get together to help us, because when we go home, our families are getting killed. We just had a 62-year-old deacon come out of the church, got snatched out of his car, humiliated with his daughter on the phone, begging for his life by a 23-year-old cop. He gets killed from Bible study. So we've been going through this for many years, at least 7 years, and we don't have not one attorney that we can go to. When we go to these attorneys' offices, they don't have time, okay? So these people are spying on us, they lying on us. We can't even wipe our ass without them knowing what we do every minute of every day. So both of my cousins just got killed. Young, 20 years old, came back home from college or whatever, dead, just like that. Daddy just found them right there in their subdivision, right across the street, a little park from where they live. So our families are being traumatized, and we don't have no protection. I've gone to John Ossoff's office. We've tried to talk to Reverend Warnock. We've tried to talk to every one of our leaders, Sakina Williams, all of them, all these black Congress people and everybody we vote for, we vote, we volunteer. We don't have nobody on the ground at all that can protect us as women. And we've been raped by police officers. Then we get called crazy by our own black men who's supposed to be protecting us. So you can't drug me, rape me, kidnap me, and then on top of that call me crazy because I'm out here asking for some help.
Ma'am?
So where are our black men, and when will they stand up to help us and stop calling us crazy? Because we're not crazy.
The Honorable Silas Muhammad, I think.
Yeah. I am sitting here very, very, very happy at our organization. What do you think of the conductor that you have just made? Isn't he great? Yeah. I'm happy. We have the head of our organization. Isn't this great?
Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm sorry to say that we're in a struggle. I mean, we must understand that I'm sorry to say there is no quick fixes to white racism, white supremacy, and police terrorism. We're in a struggle, and to succinctly say, no, Black Lives Matter is not going to give the reparations, our reparations coalition, any money, I don't think, but we might as well ask. You're making me think, well, I might go, you're making me think, yo. Because one of the groups, I just came from a convention in California, Families United for Justice, where Black Lives Matter did give them $750,000 for the last, I hope I ain't dropping nothing I wasn't supposed to drop. But they gave them a nice budget for the last 3 years, and what do? They take care of families who are victims of police brutality. They have conferences, they do medical care, therapy, they do a good job. I'm not saying they might give us something, but we have to get it ourselves. That's my point. My point is that they organized, built a movement, promoted their cause. Brother Reginald kind of dug at demonstrations, but I don't. I say it's by all means. I'm saying if we move right, we can raise our own budget into the millions. That is under the collective authority of this operation. We're going to need finances and money for this war effort, you know, and this body must raise money. You know, the problems you're suffering from, I have another operation that I'm trying to raise a budget for, Black Lawyers for Justice. I'm out of attorneys and law clerks and investigators that could fight the now hundreds of calls coming into my office and phones ringing all day. I've run out of lawyers and law clerks and investigators that could either investigate or respond. And so I've already determined that I need $10 million budget so that I can be like what? The Black ACLU. And that I can begin responding and not always be constrained to know that I'm only going to take the case if I'm pretty much guaranteed to win. I need more flexibility than that. Yeah, I need $10 million for Black Lawyers for Justice budget right away. The Afrodescendant Nation and these reparations efforts and working with it, we need about $50 million to wage these campaigns, to get this mass vote, and to ultimately fight for the ultimate remedy to what you're suffering from. The ultimate remedy has to be realistic, full and complete reparations, because we're going to be sitting here 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and they still going to be beating and killing us no matter how hard I fight in that courtroom. Until we get reparations, police brutality is a problem. So I'm sorry that all of this has happened, and I'm hoping that you see some of the Black men here. I want to recognize also Chief Minister, Honorable Silas Muhammad, Minister Najee Muhammad. I know that we're going to have us a great time hosting Washington, D.C. next week. He and I teaming up, boy, that's a bad combination against the enemy. Minister, so
sure, no problem. Let me get a microphone for you. I said I gotta get a microphone for you, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Well, let me say one last thing. I am hoping that you do not have to beg, that the ACLU and all the organizations that you named that had that $200 million, that they should just go ahead and offer you some money to help out the reparations fund. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
We set ourselves up right. If we set ourselves up right, and I'm going to say this.
Well, this is in reference to the census count, and it kind of comes to my mind that I'm sure it does other people too. Decade after decade after decade, Black people in this country are counting between 30 and 40 million.
Excuse me,
my
Miss.
question is that are there no more? Oh, and my question in regards to the census is there no more babies in the Black community being born, or Black babies dying or being aborted at a higher number than they are being born? And why is it we're always steady at this 30 to 40%? Why aren't our numbers increasing? Is it due to the fact that more Black men are being not counted in the census, more Black men and boys are dying in the streets due to police brutality? What is it? Why are we always steady at this 30, 40% and our numbers are not ever increasing? And it comes to my mind that who's doing the count? Who's analyzing the count? Are they manipulating the numbers? Why are we always steady at this 30 to 40%? And this is just a general observation on my part, if anyone cares to address it.
Actually, it's 12 to 13%. That's continual. You know, every census count, we remain at 12 to 13% of the population.
Okay, why is that?
Probably all the things that you just named. I would agree with all of them. In
Well,
addition
I have
to
a
mass
mindset to say,
incarceration as well, that kind of prohibits the numbers of.
yeah, I think they manipulate those numbers.
Everything you just stated, I would agree with.
Right. I'm glad you confirmed that. Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Is there any more questions from the audience for our esteemed panel? Oh, yes. Again, hold on. Let me get the mic to you.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it right to you after I'm done, sister. It's not a question, I just wanted to respond to the sister and say that, you might have to lean more on the organizers and the activists than you will be able to lean on the lawyers, especially when it comes to the police brutality issue. I did get a conviction today from Brother Attorney Malik Shabazz because I am a police accountability organizer when I'm not the Youth Commission co-chair for NCOBRA. And I've been doing that, well, now I'm in Chicago, but I helped create the Office of Police Oversight in Dallas, which is one of the oldest cities in the country, but we didn't get even a formal process where people could file a formal complaint against an officer until 2018. And so a lot of these things that you're talking about, it's about uncovering truth, uncovering what's been hidden. And when it comes to the men in our community, also, we have to, as an organizer, and when I set up rallies and protests, I always have to think about an entry plan and an exit plan. Who's most vulnerable? So the most vulnerable should never be on our front lines. And so I think that the way that we see the men supporting here can also translate out into the streets. So I've had to get comfortable with being an organizer. I've had to get comfortable with organizing my Black brothers, along with my Black sisters, and not just waiting on them to organize us, organize the women. I think it can be a walk in the park. I think it can be a hand in hand, especially when we're dealing with the beast that is police brutality. I've also, yes, been a direct victim of police brutality. It's crazy when you finally experience that loss of innocence that your femininity or your womanhood does not protect you from violence against police. It might work for white women, but you can't mouth off to an officer when you get pulled over. I've tried and didn't get the best results. Well, still working on that. But anyways, I say all that to say that I would, are you here in Atlanta? Yes, so I was actually trained here in Atlanta. So there are many groups, Southerners on New Ground, that is a woman-led activist organizing organization. They take groups of people out to, it's in Tennessee, the Retreat Center, Highland Center, where many of our greats were trained, Rosa Parks, SNCC, SCLC, MLK. That was a safe house. That still is a safe place, even though the Knoxville KKK did target it and burn down the administration building. And so we did lose a lot of original records from the men and women who've been before us organizing. But I just wanted to put that out there that while our lawyers are amazing and they're great, and we thank you all for all you do, they might not be the best as your first line of defense if you're looking for immediate results, if you're looking to uplift something. I'm also born and raised from Minnesota, so George Floyd is very close to my heart. The house that I would go to after school with my girlfriends was right around the corner from where George Floyd was killed. Philando Castile was killed right down the street from my sorority and fraternity house. So I always say organizing found me, I didn't find organizing. Just like reparations found me, I didn't find reparations. And so I just want to encourage you that you might be asking questions that people are waiting on you to be the one to answer. You to be the one to say, hey, this happened to my family, and I need to know who I can connect with in the Atlanta area to make sure that this isn't swept under the rug, because that the narrative tactic, all the things that the sister was saying, that's all the things we're being hit with right now. I'm like, sometimes for my own mental health, I don't think about how big the beast is. So we gotta get unconventional sometimes, we gotta get creative. And so I would encourage you, sister, to look into maybe becoming an organizer. Being an organizer has no age limit or demographic.
Yep. And I just want to say before this queen asks a question, how reparations and protection against police terrorism go hand in hand is that reparations is about building. and what is built must be defended. And therefore, I highly encourage everyone in this room and those listening on the live stream to try to take up a martial art. I don't care if it's boxing, kung fu, karate. I don't care what system it is. Learn it, train it, and to quote the Honorable Haj Malik Shabazz, better known as Malcolm X, defend yourself by any means necessary. Yes, Queen. You have a question? Go ahead.
But I do have a question and a comment. And I would like to preference this by saying, you know, black people, African Americans in the United States getting reparations is more important than semantics. But I do and I wonder about the term Afrodescendants, not really too comfortable with it. I've talked to maybe one or two people, and I mean, if that's what I have to call myself to get reparations, okay. But we're, you know, we're having a plebiscite in 500 organizations. I mean, do we have to go by the name of the United Nations as defined for us? And then will all those 500 organizations have to agree to that name, or could we have a vote on that? I'm just asking.
All right, you said you had a comment, or was
That was it.
Oh, okay, okay, that was it. Okay. So who wants to take up the question? Yes.
What name are you referring to?
Afrodescendants.
Afrodescendants. Were you here yesterday when we were discussing some of that?
I don't think so. But
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I've had 2 conversations.
I
was here, but I don't know if I was privy to that conversation. And I understand it's something that the United States has, I think I do. That's why I'm asking, has designated. Maybe some people around the world were already calling themselves Afro-descendants. I think we kind of drew off the Afro. In America, we are African descendants from Africa. And, you know, like I said, it's semantics. Is that I'm not,
More than
it's new
semantics.
to me. To me, it's semantics, I guess. And it's not more important than reparations, but I think I have a right to ask.
You
I
certainly do, and if you understand, it will help everything out a lot more. Yesterday we started out, and I'll try to put this in a nutshell. The Honorable Silas Muhammad brought some of our problems to the United Nations years ago. We started back in 1992, and we went forward until 2005, I think it was, 2006. One of the things we started out with, and one of the things he pointed out to the United Nations, is that they, in their explanation in Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, they mentioned that we have rights as human beings, but the rights that they're describing as belonging to us as human beings had been totally destroyed and ripped away from us during the period of slavery. Our right to our mother tongue, our right to civilize, to associate with people of our own custom, our right to our religious things like that. He pointed all of that out to them, and they, for the first time, realized they had not been thinking about that we don't have those rights as people coming up out of slavery because it had been totally destroyed. So they went through a period of several years with us. The United Nations did. They set up different seminars. They contacted government officials. They asked the government officials to help them put together representatives from these different governments so that they could meet together at these seminars that the United Nations paid for. I think the last one we had to pay for. But they provided us with interpreters so that we could talk to each other. Basically, Spanish was the language used in the South Americas. Portuguese was used in Brazil, and the Afrodescendant, that's the name we came out with, in Brazil, outnumbered us 2-1. There were 70 million of them, and they're only comfortable speaking in Portuguese. So, and then those of us who are in the United States and Canada, we're only comfortable in English. We don't have a mother tongue. All of that was destroyed. So we have to speak to each other in the slave masters' languages, basically. And so the United Nations helped us do that. We had several seminars, and at one of those seminars, the name came up. Well, when do we get to pick our own name? Why should we? We spent a whole week speaking on this topic you're interested in, names. And after a week, we took a vote. And these representatives that the United Nations put together decided in the long run that Afro-descendant is the name that would describe those of us who came to the Americas with the intent of making us into slaves. And we were in fact brought to the Americas and the Caribbean as slaves. And that we had lost all these things that other people take for granted that make them human beings. We had this taken away from us. So after discussion on this a whole week, the vote was that we will be known as Afro-descendants. This is not a name that few people in the United States who have gone through slavery, we didn't pick it up and take it as our own. And we cannot really discard it as our own. If you don't like it, that's one thing. You don't have to identify by it. But the rest of the Afro-descendant nation has accepted it. The United Nations has accepted it. We're speaking of from 200 to 250 million people. The problem is everyone doesn't know about this language discussion, this name discussion. We, in general, have now the task of letting them know what has happened in the past and why. And it makes very good sense. And then explaining it, sharing it with us. Those of us in the United States, we're in a worse condition than other Afro-descendants are because we've had everything taken from us. Other places like Brazil, they were put in slavery, but they were allowed their religion. They just changed the term of it. That's what I'm talking about.
Your Orishas, yeah.
That's Brazil.
Yeah, the candomblé in Brazil, yeah.
Yeah. Brazil. They kept their religion. They called it candomblé.
Candomblé.
Some people say candomblé, some say candomblé. But at least it wasn't the same kind of slavery it was here. They knew something about their past. And they actually, it was odd for us from America to see white Portuguese bragging about their African descent. And they were, and quite pleased with it too. So that was strange for us. But again, the name has been decided. Maybe 200 million people have decided it. Now, if the little bunch of us in the United States don't want to use the term Afro-descendants, then that's your choice. But most of our people that are from the slavery diaspora, descendants of slaves, have chosen that name, Afro-descendant. That's where it comes from, maybe with the explanation of how many years it took to get to that choice. It might help you too. I hope it does. Who? Oh, my distinguished husband wants me to pass on to you also that there is a gentleman that a lot of you know, Justin Hoffman, who's supposed to be, I've been told, the president. Hansford. Yes, Justin Hansford. He's the president or represents some kind of way 132 nations here in the United States that have already heard about the name Afrodescendants and have accepted it. So we still have that job of sharing this information with the rest of our people so that we won't feel, and we have a right to feel it, that, oh, here we go again, the white man's throwing another name on us. No, we picked this name. Okay. The representatives from 19 nations of the Afro-descendant world picked this name. Not just a little handful of it.
Y'all weighing in on this? Because this is a question
I
that's
was
coming
going
up.
to,
I meet
weigh
a few
in?
people that say, okay, no, you defer to you, sir.
I just want to weigh in to point everyone to a document. Queen Mashaki and the Honorable Silas Muhammad in 2006 commissioned for a document to be written, a regional perspective on Afro-descendant quality of life. It is an official UN document. It can be received on the allforreparations.org website. And as Queen Mashaki presented in that perspective, it highlights a breakdown of Afro-descendants throughout the diaspora. And the largest group of Afro-descendants in the diaspora at 83 million in 2006 was Brazil, with 83 million people. And the United States at that time, black people 13%, African Americans, 38 million. So being that the majority of blacks that came through slavery went to Latin America, we had to defer to that majority to be identified as Afro-descendant. We did go to be called other names. Lost Found Peoples was one that we were going to put on the table. But it did not, they wouldn't acquiesce to that, being that most of those persons from that region are from Latin American countries. So Mr. Muhammad and Mrs. Muhammad acquiesced to the term Afro-descendant, just like many of our other people. Even members in the Lost Found Nation of Islam, we wrestled with it when we first heard it. We twisted our lips and our eyes and our ears when we first heard it too. And I think it took me 2-3 years before I accepted it. But I also was taught by Mr. and Mrs. Muhammad through a UN international context that in order to get reparations, you need a crime, you need a victim, and you need a perpetrator. What's the crime? The crime against humanity. The UN has already identified the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity as a result of the work in Durban. Who are the victims? Well, Mr. Muhammad in 2000, I want to say around that same time, 2006, he talked about us having our own identity and how important identity is to getting reparations. That you need a victim. What the United States government was trying to do is hide us. And whereas the brother, sister said about the census, where are we? That was the aim, to hide us. So now that we were lost and now found as Afro-descendants, we can now join together with those other, say, 250 million. We've got a crime, we've got a victim, and our victimization is clarified through our definition as Afro-descendants. The transatlantic slave trade is identified with CARICOM, OAU, It's clear. Now we've identified, or we're looking at the perpetrators. So now it's clear. So it's important, as Mr. Muhammad started, he said, in order for us to be successful, we need to be wise. That's right. As the Arabs. We need to be wise if we're going to get reparations. And part of that wisdom is to accept this term. Be wise and accept the term Afrodescendant. So when you get that number, that text, and number one, and when you're educating people to get that telephone number, explain to them also the wisdom of why it's important to self-identify as Afro-descendant as it relates to reparations.
Yep.
Mean it take too long.
And I just wanted to add this because we have had a woman working with us for many, many years, Ida Hakeem, and she has been working very, Ida, stand up so everybody can see you. I want her to get her share. She has worked over 40 years, she's been working with us. And we all want reparations. She knows we want reparations. She's trying to help us get reparations. And don't forget, reparations has to do with money too. It's not the only thing. But if you want to work with it, you got to have something to work with. She's trying to get the reparations money-wise. So we used to use the word Caucasians United for reparations and emancipation. We have now widened that term to include all for reparations and emancipation. So she's in the process of getting with as many people as she can, and reparations is about all of us here. If you want to give reparations, we don't care what color you are. Give it up. And like my kind of, well, I won't say that, but one of my white relatives, when we were talking to him about reparations, you can have now. Silas started out with him about, Bill, you know, we need some money. We need some reparations for this fight. And Bill started laughing. He said, oh, Silas, you know white people aren't going to give you any reparations. You know, not in terms of money. You can forget that. We talked 2 hours. And at the end of the conversation, Bill was all for giving reparations. He just had not thoroughly understood it before. And that applies to a lot of people. So don't take that you won't get any reparations from someone just because they're white. No, it depends on how it's presented to them and how they understand it. They certainly know it's morally needed. And it'll probably make them feel a whole lot better when they give it. I just wanted to say that.
Please give her a hand. Wow. Coming to you. There's a lot of wisdom on this subject, and it's a great question. One thing I know we have a duty to do is to have factual information at our disposal and on our websites and in hand on paper at our events to answer this fundamental question. Why Afro-descendant? Now, I want to say this, that you ask me who I am, I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm a black man. All right, that doesn't. Afro-descendant is one of my titles, but my culture, who I am, I'm a black man. I'm not giving that up for nothing. Okay, and I don't think we're asking anybody to give that up. Is that right? That's right. Okay, we're talking now about legal strategies. Not only legal strategies, but accepted legal strategies in the international forums that get us action, and it's based on the wisdom of those that have proceeded before us. But to back them up, International law says that an Afro-descendant is a person of African origin who lives in the Americas and in the region of the African diaspora as a result of slavery, who have been denied the exercise of their fundamental rights. I give it to you right. It's all over the. If you put in Afro-descendant, they'll give you the international laws and bodies. You cited one of them. It's come.
Just like you to repeat where you got it from.
I got it from the sources on international laws, conferences, and conventions, including the United Nations. So this is precedence. It's not something we just coming up with. So again, it says it's a person of African origin who lives in the Americas and in the region of the African diaspora as a result of slavery, who have been denied the exercise of their fundamental rights. This is a certain category of what's called Africans who have been enslaved and denied their rights. Okay, that's us. To me, it doesn't mean that we're not Africans. I'm saying I'm a black man, and some will dispute with me. I'm African. I'm a disciple of Kwame Ture and others, well, I'm African. Well, some scientists in here will say, well, African comes from this name and that name, and I'm not African. But guess what? When Dr. Khalid Muhammad and I had this talk, we say, we're not getting ready to try to contradict a name that 2 billion of our people already go by. If 2 billion people already say that they're African, for revolutionary purposes and political purposes, we have to stick by that, because it's going to take 200 years to try to convince everybody that they something else, and we ain't got that much time. So yeah, I'm a black man. I'm an African, but I'm an African who's an Afro-descendant off here in America. Let's go one step further. It says here that there are approximately 200 million people of African descent in the Americas, yet despite comprising 1/3 of the region's population, Afro-descendants are one of the most vulnerable groups in the hemisphere. It should be noted that the Declaration of Santiago and the Declaration of Durban, the American states recognize that people of African descent have to confront obstacles as a result of the social discrimination, prejudice that prevail in public and private institutions due to centuries of racism and enslavement and denial of their rights. So we will, as a body and attorneys, give you actual facts to operate with. But this is legal precedence. This is the fast route to international recognition of our cause, and it's based on previous precedent and conventions and rulings that benefit us. And so you're right, you really have to, in a certain sense, as you do your research, you got to trust us and also understand that if you say you're a black man, it means that you can also be an Afro-descendant. You say I'm a Moor, I'm a Moor, but you're a Moor, and you can also be a Moor who's an Afro-descendant. You say you're an Israelite, now I'm an Israelite, you can be an Israelite who's an Afro-descendant. We're not taking away from who you are, but we're adding to you a legal status. You talk to them Moors, they always want to tell you, we got to have that black is not a legal status. They're going to argue us down that black is not a legal status. But guess what? Moor isn't either. But Afro-descendant is.
All right, that's good. That's good. Thank you. So we are starting to run a little tight on time. It is now 5:35. So you're going to be the last question from the audience, and then we're going to start going to the. You already made a okay. look, but we're running low on time, people. We got look. Listen, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Okay, we're running tight on time. It's 5:35. This ends at 6. That's the last question. End of story.
Thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I have never been to anything of such in my life. I am so grateful to have given the invitation to come. My name is Glenda Wright, and I brought material with me. I wanted to share information that had been downloaded in my spirit, and also to write down in books to basically open up opportunities for other surveys. Okay, my 3 questions, if you could answer. The question is, could we implement the U.S. Constitution being revised as a form of negotiation in our demand? And second, being that police brutality or police terrorism and political terrorism has been a factor in my life from birth, being that I was a product of the state of Alabama, can we also pursue accountability from the states for any type of targeting? And thirdly, in the breakout session yesterday, I shared God's plan to generational wealth being a survey. And it was shared in the breakout session, but can this be merged in the same method as a census so that we can have documentation of the total needs of the people? And the reason why I'm saying this is because you said in the meeting, the breakout session yesterday, that some people were going to choose to leave and some was going to choose to stay. So the ones who are wanting to stay, we need to have some type of options available for them to have that sovereignty that the young man was speaking on earlier. So 3 questions in one.
All right. So who wants to go ahead? Sister Akila.
Thank you, sister. I remember talking to you just a while ago. Okay, those questions that you asked just now would be perfect for our strategic reparations plan. So if you can give those to me, and I will add them to the document so that we can elevate it further from there. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you so much. So now we gotta move on to the next steps, which is unity moving forward. Sister Akila, I want to start with you in terms of that, because you mentioned at yesterday's opening remarks that we have to start moving forward as a unified front. So what does it mean moving forward together as Afro-descendants, in your own words, as the President General of the Afrodescendant Nation?
What was that last question?
So basically, in terms of moving forward together as Afro-descendants, in your perspective as the President General, what does that mean to you as moving forward as Afro-descendants?
Thank you. First of all, this has been a great event. I'm exhausted, so bear with me. To move forward, we are going to continue to organize our organizations. It starts by the call to action that Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz just mentioned before in terms of the plebiscite and declaring that we are Afro-descendants. It's going to take you sharing that information, and whoever you share that information with, have them share that information out as well. That starts our unified collective acknowledgement of our self-chosen identity, Afro-descendant. With that, and that number again, I think I know it by heart now, 877-506-2184. So please share that information. That will continually unify us as a people, as an Afro-descendant people. We are going to also, after this convention, have our debrief and follow-up with our National Reparations Convention collaborative that I started in May of this year, so that we could get ready for this one. Since we will be getting ready for the next one in Washington, D.C., we will work together in that collaborative to prepare, plan for that to continually move us forward. Also, we will be having a meeting for the Strategic Reparations Plan on October 24th. Those who were present yesterday at the Strategic Reparations Plan meeting, I have their email addresses and names. They will be invited to that meeting to share information and for us to continually work on that document so that we can have a comprehensive strategic reparations plan by next year. And my sister Anita, when did you say the caucus was meeting?
It looks like the weekend of March 9th. Looks like that's the first of the weekend.
Okay, so we want to work quick so that we can have something and have it in a legal form to be able to provide to those in the Black Caucus. Those people who you all are.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about this, the Washington meeting.
No. Okay, tell me about the other one then. When is that?
There is a Reparations Awareness Day and the Savior's Day for Nation of Islam on February 25th. But the Michigan primary is all in February.
Okay. The Michigan primary is in February. Well, we will communicate all the information. I don't have all of the dates, but these are events and happenings that we will be working towards attending, supporting, sharing our plight together as a collective. I think we have done a good job here at this event for us to move forward collectively together. And since you have been here with us, you will now go out and share this information and bring others into the fold, into our community of Afro-descendants. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Yes.
Yeah.
So those are some big things that are happening. And my brother, Attorney Malik, our conductor. Okay, we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do, but I agree with him in terms of going throughout the various cities. And that's how we're going to start more and more uniting as a people, as an Afro-descendant people. Thank you all so much again. I love you all, and let's move forward in unity with one another.
All right, it is 5. You want to say something, Brother Cam? We're getting ready to start the closing statements. It's about 5:45. We got 15 minutes until 6, but if this is a good spot to end here, we could.
That part of our united action begins with, in the legislative sphere, is making sure that our legislative efforts don't end without getting federal redress. I mean, what we're doing here about African descendants or Afro-descendants gives us political power. As Malcolm told us, you can't take the criminal to his own court, you have to take the criminal to the international court, and this is the first process of being able to do that. It's establishing our identity, then establishing our nationhood, and as a nation, you can take this criminal to court. We have this short window, as I stated yesterday, to move the federal effort. And it comes through an executive order. It would have to come through an executive order. And it would have to come prior to the Democratic Convention, because we're saying we want something before the next election. The Democrats meet in August of 2024. We'd like to have this convening in Chicago prior to that, because they're meeting in Chicago. So when you come after DC, we want to come to Chicago prior to the Democratic Convention. But we also want to make moves right now in an attempt to convince the president that this is something he has to do, and it's the only way that the Democratic Party can win, is they speak to this issue on reparations now, and that's about establishing the commission. So if you haven't gotten your postcards, this is a quick action campaign. We want these postcards mailed by Wednesday to have the best effect, and then we're creating a national campaign around coercing the president to create the executive order. So if you haven't gotten your postcards, get your postcards at the desk out front and make sure they go in the mail this week.
Anyone else have any closing statements? Going once, going twice?
Let me, first of all, let me state that I'm honored to be here today with such a distinguished guest and panel. Thank you for traveling across the country to be a part of this great effort, this great mission. Secondly, I'm honored to take this post assigned to me by Mr. and Mrs. Muhammad to be the CEO and Director of All for Reparations and Emancipation. This is a great task. Currently, we have 3 board members, myself, Ajani Mukaram, and Madam Dr. Tahita Bronner, Mr. Muhammad and Mrs. Muhammad, Queen Mashaki, and Ida Hakeem are serving as emeritus advisors. They are advising our board. We seek to have 1 seat is guaranteed for CURE. CURE will have a permanent seat on this board. But we do seek other board members to continue this effort. And this is pretty much for international advocacy for the International Reparations Campaign. And of course, as Attorney Malik said, our goal is to raise money. Earlier today, I calculated in my mind for AFRI needs 10 million itself. Seriously.
Yes, sir.
And 10 million is not a lot of money.
No, sir.
I'm a principal of a school. My budget over the last 2 years was 10 million. That's one school with only 700-800 students. And we can manage $10 million. That's not difficult. And what that advocacy looks like is sending leaders like yourselves to Geneva, to New York, to regional seminars around the globe. It's expensive. And the hard work that you do, you shouldn't have to pay for that. We need to support that with our advocacy and our strong financial arm. We need to have, part of our mission is that we educate. So along with having board members, we want to have teaching consultants that can teach in various areas at meetings. So when there's a meeting in Washington, when there's a meeting in Chicago, AFRI needs to have a room where we can teach as well about the international advocacy as part of our mission as well. And as we mentioned, the majority of our members are in Latin America. So that's going to mean having consultants that speak multiple languages or dual languages. So that means also, just like other people are waiting for us, they're waiting for us in Brazil. So we have to advocate in Brazil, Colombia, in the Caribbean. You ask for advocacy with the OAU in Caracas. You asked for that. That's what we heard today. That's right. That's going to cost money. We also need to have a legal arm as part of AFRI. We need to have a law firm. We need to have an accounting firm. In order to have a successful board, we need that infrastructure in order to be successful, to make people feel comfortable about supporting financially. So in closing, I just want to say I'm thankful and grateful for this opportunity. As an Afro-descendant, I'm just thrilled to see this progress over years. Madam President, your leadership has been outstanding. And before you, Madam President is here, before Madam Mukarram, President Muhammad is here. Please stand up, President Muhammad. We need to recognize her as the president of the Afrodescendant Nation. She's here. Madam Rashida, where is she? Is she still here? There she is, yes. Madam Rashida is Vice President of the Afrodescendant Nation. And became president. So give them a round of applause. Even though we stopped most of our advocacy around 2006, when the Human Rights Council tried to disrupt what we were trying to do, Mr. Muhammad got busy. And we started to build the Afro-Descendant Nation as an example of what the UN wanted in terms of self-determination. Yes, so we didn't stop. No, sir. So the work continues. So now when we establish ourselves, we're not just a group of people going to the UN. We're a nation of people, because reparations are paid from one nation to another. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we're going to conclude. So I'm going to ask you, what do you want?
Reparations.
And when do you want it?
Now.
What do you want?
Reparations.
And when do you want it?
Now.
And raise your black fist if you're ready to organize for it. All right. So I want to say my takeaway here is, wow. I mean, just wow. Because this is a high-level operation, and I've seen a lot of meetings and conferences, and this one is pregnant with strong possibilities. And so I guess my job right now, with the authority that has been, I almost say conferred on me, is to just work with the great structure that has already been set up by the Honorable Silas Muhammad and his panel. I just want to, I'm going to continue to do what I did coming into this convention, which is to be a team player and to work with the Madam President and Dr. Tahida to help this vision to grow. And so I envision now that, that my relationship with Brother Cam Howard and his organization, Reparations United. So now I know that my conversation and my rhythm and my rapport is going to increase with him. He has a legislative objective. I'm hearing you clearly. We must help you to reach your objectives. You're helping us and yourself reach these objectives, and the purpose of our our government here, is that to recognize your legitimate objectives and that which has to pass through Congress, and I'm in Washington, D.C., so now I want to get in with you close to help you so that you'll know that you have the support of this body. And as well, you say you want this to come to Chicago, and I have to advocate, for this convention to make its way to Chicago. I want a better relationship, a closer relationship, a closer working relationship with all of the great brothers and sisters in the lost found nation of Islam. I want to be able to take this mission to the Nation of Islam under Louis Farrakhan, whom I know well. I would like to take this mission on a diplomatic mission to his organization to see if greater support can be gained for the cause of reparations. And that may ease other situations. Okay? This cause in the term of unity. My brother here, Najee Muhammad, we've known each other for years, the chief minister. Now I can see us working these streets of Washington, D.C. in preparation for this convention that's hopefully coming in early March or late February. I mean, I can see us tearing this city up. I mean, I can see us, when you come to Washington, D.C., every seat filled. Well, we want to get at Howard University or the University of the District of Columbia, and we got some months to promote it and to recruit it. I can see me sitting down with my sister, the great reparations attorney, Nkechi Taifa, and Ajua Ayatoro, and other legends here, and others from different perspectives. I see myself working for unity, sitting down with them, explaining to where we are, reaching a common consensus. So I see myself on a unity mission to unite us with other reparations organizations. To those who are watching, if you are with ADOS, the American Descendants of Slaves, and you say you for reparations, well I want to sit down with you. We want to sit down with you. But I'm ready to get at the table with you, and I'm willing to be interrogated. And let's sit down here and talk and get down to what are the issues between us to see whether they're substantive. And so this is going to be it's a spiritual mission. It's like we got to get in with our sisters and brothers and get to what's in between us. If any problems in between us, issues in between us, we got to get to know each other better so we can trust each other and so we can fight with each other on these front lines. I got to go to the December 12th movement. They've been fighting. They were in their bond. I got to go with all the former co-chairs, past chairpersons of NCOBA, gain the wisdom and confidence of the elders. Civil rights movement. Here, this man here, you don't know, he's John Barnett. He's everywhere. I mean, he is everywhere. He's out there doing he's just everywhere. He used to be under Reverend Al Sharpton, and he's giving Old Testament Al Sharpton a run for his money. I mean, because John Barnett is everywhere, but he's converting now. He's out there dealing with the issue in the Fulton County Jail and who's being persecuted there, and he's taking a stand for that. He's also going to be fishing and pulling those that are there into the reparations movement. Yes, everywhere he goes and every problem he fights, he's going to be roping them in to the ultimate solution. That's full and complete reparations. He and I are in the police brutality movement. Now we're going to be proselytizing and converting folks from the police brutality movement also into the reparations movement. And so we're going to be doing a kind of black Jehovah Witness kind of work. Really is. We got to be proselytizing and converting and working on people's minds and bringing our people together so that this vision grows further. We must have full and complete reparations. You have me. I'm on board 100%. As busy as I am, I don't know how I agreed to all of this. But guess what? I'm going to alter my time and alter my schedule. Now that all of the other organizations that are trying to get themselves together. My own New Black Panther Party, the Huey P. Newton Gun Club, and all of the other Black Panther groups. Those are my families. Those are my brothers and my sisters. I'm going to go and get them and bring them into the fold for the reparations movement, because what? We have to have an army. We have to have some soldiers. We have to be willing to apply some force when necessary. All right, and we have to have defense. These are other subjects, but they must be brought into the fold. And so unity is the order of the day. And you already have great persons here that can handle anything that we come up with. Dr. Tahita and others, they take all ideas and they make it into a concrete reality. This great structure, this great umbrella, this great vehicle of the Afrodescendant Nation have been given to us by our two pioneers from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Sister Harriet Abubakar, the Honorable Silas Muhammad. What a great Earth Day weekend for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad birthday, to know that his students, his disciples, his apostle, and his daughter are bringing our people together and carrying out that work. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I must say, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey as well. We have to get all the Garveyites in America and the Western Hemisphere. They will come on board with us. This is our time. One God, one aim, one destiny. I turn it here to our, who else? Let's give him a hand, a strong, stalwart. Man, I'm just so happy for y'all, that all of the labor that y'all been working with for years, and sometimes people ignored it and didn't appreciate it, and now it's coming to birth, and this is a divine blessing.
Wow. Give yourselves a round of applause. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We thank the Honorable Silas Muhammad, we thank Queen Mashaki, we thank our new conductor, Attorney Malik Shabazz, we thank President Akila Mukarram and her staff, and all of those who came out to attend. I leave you this as our benediction. Talking about unity, my brother, Attorney Malik Shabazz, I leave you this. It's a poem by me, or a reading by me. It's entitled, The Stuff Between Us. The stuff between us at one time used to be so sweet. We were a people who loved our heritage, our families, our friends, our nation. We were the epitome of life on the earth. The stuff between us was pure and true. But then something happened. Someone new to the earth started telling lies and causing trouble amongst us, amongst the righteous of us. They drove us apart. They changed the stuff that held us together into the stuff that drives us apart. Yes, they are our open enemy, thrive on our separation and our disunity. But you just wait. We're going to come together. They keep riffraff going between us currently. They say that one did this and that one did that, quite often pointing out our differences. Many times I've heard in disagreements that the thing or the stuff that comes between us in our quest for unity is a wedge. Oh, but what a twist when you see that the stuff between us in the village, in our nation, is mortar, like that between bricks. When we turn our stuff from wedges to mortar, we are on our way to self-determination. You wait until we get it together. we are going to be something to reckon with.
That's right.
We will rise to the top of the world again.
Yes, sir.
We will take our rightful place at the helm of humanity.
Yes, sir.
We will change the world.
Yes, sir.
All the talk of a new world order, in reality, lies in the hands of black men and women.
That's right.
My fellow countrymen and countrywomen.
Yes, sir.
Something in between us? I hope it isn't a wedge, but rather that mortar. The glue that binds us together, for we have a decision to make. Do we want to be wedged apart or cemented together like two bricks with mortar in between? Glued together and headed for our destiny, headed for happiness,
Yes, sir.
headed for sovereignty.
Yes, sir.
Your brother, Johnny Mukaram. That's your benediction.
Yes, sir.
We leave you in peace.
Peace be unto you all. Assalamu alaikum.